everyone. How are you all doing? Oh, hold on. Audio, see, music. It was just working a second. Oh, there we go. Never mind. We're all good to go. I guess I had to pause. Hi, Mr. Potato, and hi, Smudge and Dark. Welcome to stream. And hi, Wrath. Hi. Welcome all. Let me go ahead and start that timer. It is a 5 minute. There we go. Okay. We're all good to go. How are you all doing since yesterday? Yeah, I think you all were here yesterday if I... Memory helps, but uncaffeinated, do I? I'm tired. I woke up a few hours ago, however, and I got decent sleep. Yet, I still feel very tired, but don't worry, I have a cup of caffeine right here. Not that it's gonna help. Caffeine doesn't work on me. Hello, Hollow, and hi, Disco. Welcome. And hi, Giraffe. Welcome to you as well. I hope you are all doing well, and if I do yawn, you do know why. But regardless, I'm excited. And hi, Chris Grow. Welcome back. We're slowly there, and I was going through everything in the checklist of what we have to do and any special flavor we have in today. Well, funny you mention it. It was a debate for a bit. I was gonna do an iced latte, but then I decided, you know what? Let's just go for a classic. I had about maybe 10 minutes left before stream started, and an iced latte takes me about 15 minutes. So instead I just went with the classic. It's got, I think, more heavy whipping cream in it than it does evaporated milk. So it's a mixture of evaporated milk, a little bit of heavy whipping cream, and some milk, just regular milk. So it's a latte for the most part, or as people call it, what do they call it? Coffee stained latte. Where it's just not so much coffee in there as there is milk or cream. So it's about 30% coffee, 70% milk. And hi, Sec, welcome. An after work nap is bound to hit hard, you promise? Oh yeah, that's what I did yesterday. Stream ended, I was out like a light. And you know, you do you and take your time to make your coffee. Enjoy the experience. I do. I'm a coffee enjoyer, and I'm excited because this Christmas, I am planning to get a lot of coffee things so I can enjoy the coffee experience more. Though you won't find me getting the big machines that cost a lot. I'm not that big of a hobbyist, but I'm a hobbyist to the point where I'd like to try and grind my own coffee, things of that nature, but you won't find me growing my own crops. That is for certain. Though, at least when I play Stardew Valley, I do coffee farms, and to that extent, if I can get away with it that way. And I think that's the fun part about farming games, or games like that, where you can become a coffee farmer, you can start your own winery, or you can become a miner, things like that. And would you try, what type of coffee is that? I've never heard of it before. I think coffee just makes you do that in general, because of the caffeine, is it? The chemistry serves me well. Or is it that coffee that they call a quote-unquote cleanser? I've heard of those before, cleanser coffees. I've also heard of, I think, lion's mane. It's supposed to be good for your smarts and your memory. I thought about that for a bit. And the elephant one? Hold on now. Now I have to Google. Coffee. What does that even mean? The world's rarest coffee, naturally refined by elephants? Interesting. It's the one that's partially digested? Huh. And is coffee beans that were pooped by a special ferret? Really? I would have never guessed. Hold on. New things. I doubt I'll ever get around to doing it. But that just sounds interesting. Let's see. It's a coffee that's consists of partially digested of coffee cherries, which have been eaten in, I see, palm civet. Interesting. Huh. Oh, it's a little cute creature. I mean, maybe I would try coffee from it. It's pretty cute. Like, they eat the fruit. Yeah, but it says the cherry, something about a cherry, and digest it. Interesting. Got ya. It's the one that's partially digested. Well, I ask you. And let me see if I can drag it on screen here. Downloads. If I open it up here, it's called the Luwak, I think. Look at this guy. Would you eat coffee digested by it? It's cute. I'll give it that. I'm not sure if I'd have the coffee from it, but all the same. Oh man. Let me go ahead and get a sip while I can, since it does start to get cold very soon. And by the time my sip's done, we should be able to get into things. Yeah, it looks interesting. I'll say that. I'll give it that. Let's see. Okay, a little too hot at the moment. Never mind on that sip. Never mind one bit. But since the timer's over, we can go ahead and get into the planning of things. I got a few things. And hi, Shard. Welcome back. Welcome back to stream. So let's see. Today, I wasn't sure what to call the stream. It's a little mixture of everything, so it's not that bad. No, I would assume that the coffee has been cleaned and everything and purified. But I guess the process adds a certain flavor to it, like, what is it, vanilla? Vanilla's from beavers, I think? If I can remember correctly, or at least it's either vanilla or imitation. Yeah, I think imitation vanilla comes from beavers. And matcha cookies? Ooh, I do love me some good cookies. Matcha, not so much. It tastes too grassy for me. As far as today's plans go, though, like I said, it's a little bit of a mixture of everything. We're gonna continue fixing some bugs, we're gonna work on updating audio, and we're gonna do some menu tweaks. That's about all that we have left to do before the prototype is done. And it's a small list, so I'm hoping we can get through it, and I say hoping. We have about a week and 3 days, it seems like. A week and 2 days, just about. And certain enzymes, break it down differently, inside its little tummy. I see. That would make sense. Something science. But I like to look at a little science tidbit. There we go. But with all of that said, let me go ahead and drag it. So now that we got the planning done, let's go ahead and talk about the pitch. And then I'll go over a little bit in detail more about what we're going to be doing today, and so on and so forth, and we'll get into things. Saying all of that, I'm going to bring you to this screen while I go and get ready for my very important business meeting. What is the stairs you speak of? Never heard that word before. A little exercise around here? You might as well just go touch grass. That's not gonna happen. Be right back sound is good. Thank you. So, it would appear and seem that you all are stuck on an elevator that does not have a fire escape route, unfortunately, which means there's no stairs, and what a shock, there's also no exit door. It's just a room with an elevator. That's a very business place, if I do say so myself. And, you know, since you happen to be stuck in this limbo, why don't I just, make myself appear and approachable and pitch you an idea, and I promise after this you can go on your merry way. Maybe. Decides on how you depend to treat it around here. Elevator guy or lift guy? I am a business guy, if you couldn't tell. You're getting better at forcing us into that elevator. I'm doing no such thing. You're here on your free will. Thank you very much. But welcome to the elevator pitch. It's a thing I do at the beginning of my programming streams at least, where I spend 1 minute trying to pitch my game to you to see if I can convince you to give it a try, give it a go. It serves not only to show off the game and spicy foods. No, not a spicy food fan. It's not only a way to introduce people who may not have seen these streams before, but it also reintroduces people who are coming back, and also helps me to get better at explaining my game in as few words as possible. So it's 1 minute, and what game you may be talking about. You'll never convince me to pay your taxes. I'm not asking you to pay your taxes. I'm simply asking you to invest in my 100% legal game called BAM! Oh, okay, the joke. Necrotype Cafe, a game I'm currently creating and should hopefully the prototype should be done soon. Fingers crossed. All that said, let me get on more business attire. There we go. And once I start this timer, I have 1 minute to describe the game and introduce you to it. Can I? We'll see. I will attempt on my words. And did you no clip here, or are you here? Are you here fully? You decide. I think you mean 99.9% legal. 100%. You don't have a lawyer here. It's 100%. Alrighty then. Though that said, let's see if I can do it. And go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who goes to a prestigious wizard academy, and her family sent her there to become a luxury necromancer, but she decides, you know what? I don't want to be a necromancer. I want to be a chef. I want to be a baker. So she creates her own cafe in a small nook of the school in an abandoned haunted classroom, and students come there and they get served. So you serve your peers and you ask yourself, okay, cafe sim, where does everything else come in? The twist of the game is that it's a rhythm typing game. So to cook your food, quote unquote, you instead have to use your spells. And you do this by summoning the food via rhythm typing. So you have to type out your spells to the beat in order to serve customers, and it's a back and forth of serving customers and also serving ghosts. As it's a haunted place, so you gotta serve your customers, you gotta serve your ghosts, you gotta make sure everyone's happy, all while keeping to the rhythm and keeping on schedule. And that will be Necrotype Cafe. What do you think? That one, I feel like that one's a little bit more rushed. I could have played a little bit more into maybe the graphics of the game, but that is the minute pitch attempt. And let's see, you got 9 more days left. Chop chop? Yeah, chop chop. And hi Atomic, business casual indeed. That was good. Thank you. Slowly but surely, one of these days, it's gonna be a great pitch, and then I'm gonna keep it, and I will never live that pitch down. And visuals would have helped a lot. Unfortunately, no visuals. However, since you happen to ask about visuals, why don't I show you the game if my 100% legitimate, convincing elevator pitch didn't get you? I'm sure my showing of the game will. If words can't do it for you, then yes, let's try some visuals. So saying that, let me get out of this totally legit business suit that I bought with my own money and grab Bobby here, who is here for both emotional support and also just emotional. And it also works as a good stress reliever. And let's go into Godot. Let's see. How lucky you didn't suplex people in suits. What do you mean? So suplexing is an art, and I don't think you'd go that far for business formal. And you went to say 9 days and 8 nights? It sounds like Christmas, doesn't it? 9 days, 8 nights. It was 9 days and 8 nights left, or 9 days and 8 nights left until the merry time. And Bobby is the goat. Bobby's here to stay. Bobby helps a lot. And soap cutting, working at nights. Visuals like some Subway Surfers. I believe in all of you to have very fine and refined attention spans. Let me go ahead and move this up here. All of that said, I can go ahead and open up the game and show you what we have so far, and then we can get into what we're going to be doing today to said game. Let me go ahead and mute this guy here. I can go ahead and open up the game here. There we go. And the Reaper counting down the days. 7 days. 7 days left. Or is it 9 rings? I'm not too sure. It's a horror thing, right? Working, okay, do that. Alrighty then. Let me bring you through the tutorial. Oh, hold on. I say as the collision shapes are visible. Take 2. Let's try that again. Hide and show. Oops. Hide, show. Alright. Click play here, and it should work. There we go. How are we working? Seems to be working well. Let me also turn it up just a smidge. Okay, so here we are. Let me go ahead and click tutorial. So to play the game, I try to make this as simple as possible. Again, this is the prototype, so it's supposed to be the MVP, minimum viable product. This is the game as simple as it gets, and later on I want to add extra stuff and extra things, but for now, this is the core part of the game, the core gameplay. So if this isn't fun, we have to go back before we even think about adding extra. So the goal is that by releasing the prototype, we can get feedback from people like you and see and make sure the game's fun so that I can add more fun on fun and not fun on covered up messes. So to play the game, you have this book down here, and it is your spellbook. Textures are complete, as you can see as well, but you have the spellbook here that you can flip the pages of, like this. So here we have a tutorial page, here we have the customer page, and here we have the atlas that tells us what we can do and what spells we can cast. So we can go ahead and grab this customer here and seat them. this customer's gonna go take a seat. You can see there it's the top seat here, which corresponds to the seat here. And then we can go ahead and get their order. So go up to this guy and say, all right, what do you want? And it seems they want a pink cake. And I can tell that means sweet and cake. Alrighty then, let's go ahead and grab it. We go over here, follow the marker, and it brings us to this area here, which is your spellcasting area. And you're so gonna do tons of random things hunting for bugs. I hope you do. The sooner bugs we can squash, the better. And MVP, more veggies, people. I mean, veggies aren't too bad. Veggies are tasty. So in saying that, what we do is it's sweet, and it's cake. And the idea is that the longer the game goes on, the more flavors you'll get, depending on the customers that come. And since it's a prestigious magic academy, you'll have cryomancers, which are ice wizards, pyromancers, which are fire wizards, you'll have necromancers, which are the death wizards, and so on. And 3 days until Christmas? Exactly. Yeah, oh man. And hi, me, welcome. And hey, tell me what you want or I'll suplex you. Let's see, I don't even know. The goal is this. If I can get this done, I'll be happy. So to play the game, well, we're playing the game, but this is the rhythm typing portion. I click generate, and it starts up the music. Let's see if I can cast the spell. S-O-S-E-B-L-A-H-H-B-O-B-L-A, comma, S-K, comma, F-R-O-B-L-A-H, comma, T-B-L-E-H, exclamation. There we go. And that is the food done. We got a nice score. Missed one. That's okay. So we can go up to our customer here and give them their order. The customer will take the order, they'll go ahead and eat. Once they're done eating, they're ready for the receipt. And for Christmas, you feel like you're not gonna get what you want? What's gonna be way better? That's always the best types of Christmas. You don't get what you want, you get what you need. Okay, you got what you wanted, you lost what you had. So, as I was saying before, there's customers and there's ghosts, and you have to manage both maintaining your customer status and your ghost status. And what ghosts do is they change the way the game's played. Not only do they appear and you can hear the rhythm in the music, the rhythm in the music changing, the tempo, I think that's what it's called, right, in musical terms. The tempo changing, they also affect ghosts, but not ghosts, customers. They affect customers and the way they react to the environment. So to get rid of ghosts, you have to make a special dish. And it says that there. The ghost has appeared. We can go ahead and make the special food to get rid of the ghost. You don't get what you want, you get what you need. Yeah, 65 nuclear launch codes. Interesting needs. So we can go ahead here and do memory, and then Coco. Let's see if we can get through this. Oh, hold on. Let's try again. Here. B, oh, hold on. Well, let's see. B, O, comma, B, O, comma, B, O, comma, B, O, exclamation. Nice! I think that's the first time I've gotten a nice in a second. So let's go ahead and grab that Coco and give it to the ghost. And that is the game in a nutshell. And can you buy upgrades or extra spells? You will be able to buy upgrades later on in the game. Indeed. The idea is that I want to make sure that the cafe and the spellcasting is fun, and then once those two are fun, we can add on top. For example, I'd like it where the upgrades can be, you unlock more spells that way, so the more customers you serve, the more stuff you can get. And one of the things that I thought would be fun, and that was also suggested a lot by people, is the idea of butlers. And what better butlers than the undead? It's just some skeleton butlers running around serving customers free, so you don't have to seat them and everything. So there's little fun things. Another thing could be having an upgrade where the ghost possesses you for a little bit, like maybe you have a ghost pendant, and while the ghost possesses you or you use the ghost power, maybe you can just free type. It's a moment where you don't have to worry about typing to the rhythm, you just type really fast, or something to the sorts could be really fun. And how many levels do you think there'll be? The idea is that it'll be 30 days, or so maybe 30 levels or something to that extent. I want it to be you have a month to prove to your family that you can do it. You can become the best necromancer chef there ever was. And the idea is that each week there will be a final boss for each of the wizard classes, and once you get past that, you get something new added to the game. The idea is slow but surely. Once these are done, then we can kind of add more story and more upgrades and everything. Right now, this is the bare bones minimum. And I say that as my Godot freezes, and it hasn't done this in a second. And when it does this, I either close it or take a water break. So let me try taking a water break and see how it goes. And okay, there did that. And lore, exactly. I'm about to add all the Easter eggs. Let me go ahead and move you here. Well, I close Godot, since Godot is angry at the moment. In 30 days of Gabriella's. 30 days, 30 nights. Exactly. Let me get some water. And do you hope this game will be played in schools? I'm not too sure. I plan to release them on Steam, and I know right now the browser's a little funny, but I mean, releasing it on itch wouldn't be too bad, or at least a small version of it. The game was really inspired by the Papa's genre, and I played that all the time. So I mean, that would be cool, having my game played during computer classes, wouldn't it? Oh man. Full circle. And the final boss, let's see, is the final boss daily kind of like the Closer at Papa's Louis game? Final boss daily? It should be weekly, but we'll see. That's something we can mess around with. And will it be free? No, it won't, but I will have a test or trial version you could try, maybe like the first week that's free, as I want to get better at making these games. This will be my first commercial game, I think that's how you say it. It's a little bit of both. Here's the last few things we have to do. We have about 4 bugs left, and let me go ahead and grab my tablet. The thing is, it'll be free while we're doing the testing and everything. So for right now, the current version of it in the prototype is free. Yep. When it gets fully released, then it'll be cost. But for right now, trying to get testing and everything done. Let's see. If I turn the tablet on, grab my pen, there's a few things left we have to do before the prototype's done, and I'm hoping we can get through most of this. That way I don't have much this week today, as I'm taking a break this week for celebration things, but I have a lot backed up, so you won't even know I'm taking a break. That's the type of break I'm taking. Let's see. We have 4 bugs remaining. That's these guys up here. Let me go ahead and up here. We also have to do audio. There is level lock available in flavor select. That one should be easy. Let me cross it out for now. I want to try to figure out the really hard ones. And then audio, rhythm tempo, and audio is delayed. Okay, so not too much to go. There's 2 audio fixes. Well, really 3 it seems like. So maybe we can get through some of these bugs and then leave the audio for itself. And that can work. And you don't know why, but you think you may get PS5 Christmas because one walked up to you and he said, hey, what's better, Xbox or PlayStation? Ah, congrats. Let's see. Let's try to get through some of these and quick chat, Lorraine, huh? bugs, lore. Yeah, let's get through some of these bugs. The sooner the better. I like a clear list of bugs. No bugs shall be here. You won't see them. Let's go back into Godot and let's take a look at the current bug list. Look at the current bug list. All I have to do is type in here bug, and it should pull up all of the bugs that I have. As I try to keep track of them. For example, we have bug up here, and there's a few of them. Not too many, but a few. So let's see. First, let's go over this one. And the thing is, I gotta get better at typing exactly what is the issue, as appears also in main menu. What does that mean? I don't know. Appears also in main menu. This is in our game over screen, and it is on play again pressed. Well, the good news is I don't have a play again pressed button anymore, if I can remember correctly. Let's see, game over. Our game over screen, what do we have? Play again button? There is a play again button. Do we need it? Hold on. Let's see, play again is here. Play again is connected, I think. Okay. And let's see, appears also in main menu play. What does that even mean though? That's a little confusing, isn't it? And you gotta go see. Thank you for coming, Bean. And hi, Gamer Guy Dude. Welcome back. Let's see, you have a feeling you streamed yesterday? If so, sorry for not joining. No worries, come at your own pace. If you couldn't make it yesterday, I appreciate you coming today. All the same. Let's see, I'm a little confused what I wrote down for my notes and what it means by the button is duplicated. That's something to note. Gotta get better at that. We have your options menu, okay. The bug says appears also in main menu play. I'm not seeing that play again button appear there. If we go into levels here, play again isn't here. Okay. I guess maybe if the game ends, possibly, is a thing. I think what would be nice is to have a end game button. Just click and the game ends. That would be a good test, I think, to just check to make sure. So let's start there. Let's do a little bit of debugging in that sense. If I go back into the cafe here, it should be really easy to do a debug option for endgame or something to that sense. If I go ahead and duplicate this guy, I can make it endgame like this. And then go ahead, when pressed, connect it to the cafe. On endgame button pressed, we can go ahead and set this to force game over, like that. And this should just activate game over. And like that, we should be able to check our play again button, I think. Let's see. If I go ahead and save that, click play again, and our game, let's give it a go. If I click on levels, no one spawns. Oh, forgot to change the name here, but this is the new button. Game ends. Okay, play again. Okay, that seems to be working. Maybe it was a previous bug that I fixed, but it seems to be good now. So it's good. One bug down. Wonderful. Okay, let's see. A Necrotype Cafe. Ahem. Ah, yes. Such an exquisite game. only the most refined. One might say. Let me go ahead and click play again as closer. I mean, I don't know if I call it a crash. It does end Godot for some reason. Godot just does that for my computer. I definitely think maybe I don't have enough dedicated William or something else. But for now, it works for me. And since Godot is so lightweight, it makes it easy to just reopen it anytime it crashes. Let's see. Cafe here. All right. I don't know what the issue is with the bug. But for now, unless it comes up again, I would say that bug is resolved. And watch you fix the last bug and 6 more pop up. Don't jinx me. That sounds awful. Oh man, horrible. That's just wishing me misfortune right there. Oh boy. Oh, and we got another phrase. Godot was much happier Friday. It seems to be back to its old antics. So I'm gonna take some water and see. Knock on wood. Can you hear that? And you think you can make DLC that like have more spells, or you click somewhere else with new customers? Yeah, that could be fun. I don't wanna do DLC, so to speak. For example, with games like a game like Stardew Valley, there's no DLC. There's just a lot of updates. So that's something I would want to do instead, where I just keep updating the game itself and not add extra DLCs. Let me get some water. Maybe the bug was the friends we made along the way. Hi, Zach. Welcome. And you know what? I'm not making friends with any bugs anytime soon. I'm just gonna call this button endgame. That way it makes it easier to see what's going on. And that is, yeah, okay, endgame. And let me go ahead and hide that menu. Okay, so saying that, we got rid of a bug, quote unquote. What's next up? Is repeat, but scene style not working. On song chooser item selected. This seems to be old code. Again, wonderful. We don't need it. At least I don't think we do. If we do, we will get back to that maybe. And this is in the main menu. If we go back to the main menu, where are we at? Main menu. Oh, main menu. There we go. This guy here. That's the main menu button. Okay, we need the main menu scene. Main menu scene, where are we at? Let's see, song choice, song selector, song chooser. This is old code. This used to be a thing where you could select the song, but we don't need this anymore. It's not necessary. Let's go ahead and delete that. Not needed anymore. And if we go back in here, song chooser can also get deleted. Look at that, so productive already. And okay, I delete that. Let's see, song chooser, is it all gone? Great, okay. And wonderful, and get song index. We don't need this anymore either. Oh wow, lovely. Okay, so in saying all of that, what other bugs are there? We're breezing through this. I've never felt so productive. Let's see. Appears twice in game over screen on play button press. Okay, now what does this mean? Again, it's not clear, and I gotta work on getting better telling my future self. What does this do, for example, or why is this here? My comments need a little bit of work. As appears twice in game over screen on play pressed. I don't know what that means, and truthfully, it's working as intended when everything's commented out, so if I just go ahead and there we go. Alrighty, what else do we have on the list? Fine, one more left. Great, okay, I think this was the big bug that I do remember. Last bug, okay, nice. It's already, what, 133? Already crossed out 3 of them? How great is that? And let's see, well, since you run on levels, DLC can help expand the game better, allowing you to add twists flash mechanics to the DLC levels? True. Now that's some cleaning? Exactly. Oh man. You know, I feel like what could be really relaxing is doing a stream where I just go and clean code to just optimize things a little bit more. I do find that relaxing. Just getting rid of whole blocks of code. That's one of my favorite things to do. Just doing that now, deleting old stuff. That does sound, I do get why you would say that for DLC. I could always add another menu or something. For example, there's a story mode and I forget the other word, but there is usually a story mode and a something mode, like a free mode. I might do something like that, or maybe chapter 2, chapter 1, things of that nature could be something. Let's see. This is the issue I do remember having. This is probably gonna take the majority of the painful experiences we're going to be having today. If I go ahead and click play here, and I go ahead and hide you, mute you, and no, okay, I debate that. And all right, the issue is, and I think the audio is visible. Yeah, okay, I can hear it. Let me turn that down just a smidge, just like that, like that. Okay. In here, I have a audio controls, right? This is the master, works as intended, mutes everything. We have the sound effects. You can't hear the sound effects. Maybe we have to get a sound effects testing button, but we have controls here. Controls works. This is good to go. But for our audio, if I turn the music down, it turns down everything. You can kind of hear that tick-tock in the background. That's the metronome. The metronome should be hidden, or should go mute when I click this. But you can still hear it, can't you? So something's off. Something's off with the audio. And that is next on our to-do list, it seems. All right. That's probably what's going to take a little bit. And the little cat. How cute. Okay, so let's see. And entomophobia at its finest? Oh, isn't that the fear of bugs? And what's the difference between play and levels option? The play was just so I could quickly click play without swapping to the levels. I think I'd say play is just old code I never got rid of. I could really do that. I don't click play. Play was a thing of, all right, I just want to get into the levels. But you're right. Play doesn't even need to be there. Let's just hide it. There we go. More optimization. Let me go ahead and unmute this. And let's go check our, where are we at? In our options, okay. The options opens up the options menu. We go into our options menu, here. This guy here, we have our audio and our controls. Now this took me forever to figure out the tab container, but I did. The idea is that there's two containers, and the two containers respond to the two tabs. And we have the controls tab here, and that opens up this scene for our controls menu, which goes ahead and it creates depending on the buttons I want to add. So it's nice, I can just add another button here if we add more buttons. And as far as the audio goes, if I go ahead and close you. Oh, don't look at that part. Oh, never mind. Comma. I don't know how the comma got deleted. It seems like a lot of the times things get deleted without me even noticing. Let's see. Options menu here. We also have audio. And surprisingly, audio is not its own scene. The way audio works, and I think it was a tutorial I followed for this specific portion, we have the labels for the audios and the sliders. And the sliders, as far as I can understand, it's been a second since I've looked at audio. There's these things called buses, which are, I mean, I like the buses. It does remind me of a bus. I like to think of them as maybe lanes on a road, where we have the master, which is kind of the highway, and then you have your first lane, your second lane, and your third lane, and then depending on each, you get muted. The idea is that the master controls everything. The music is for the music, sound effects is for sound effects, and metronome is for metronome. And originally this worked, but somewhere along the line it broke. And why bus and not van? I mean, if you want a van road trip, that works all the same. Whatever analogy works best for you. So let's see. This is the audio, right? And then we have what the audio controller is controlling, and that would be our rhythm manager. Rhythm manager here, which is this guy here. And our rhythm manager, we have our transition player, our metronome tick, our music player, and our tempo changer, and our other audio sounds. Well, these guys should work. You can see here that the bus, I think it's visible, yeah. And who needs the game anyway? The sliders and the option menu are entertaining enough. This is the stuff I don't see people often do, or at least talk about. I see a lot of, how to implement double, triple jumping, but how about how to implement options menu, controls menu. Those things are important, just about the same. Another thing I think that I see a lot of tutorials on is saving and loading, and I feel like that's going to be a headache to figure out once we get there, so you can save and load for the game. But for right now, we don't need save and load. We just need working, functional, and testing. That's why I'm adding the controls menu so people can test that way, and also the audio so people can control the audio to their desires. And here, the transition player is under sound effects. We have this metronome tick, which is under metronome. We have the music, which is under music. What I'm questioning is, why is it that when I lower the metronome, it doesn't lower the metronome? The metronome is under metronome here. And then if we go back into our options menu and our audio, metronome here says metronome, which says metronome. So where are we falling along the lines of? And oh, okay, I did see it. So let's see. And hi, Toak. welcome back in Master Game Dev. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Hold on. I'm dying, and I'm glad you pointed that out. Godot does that sometimes too. It makes my computer have a heart attack. I'll give it a second. I had to close it, and then after a second or two, I live again. Give it a, oh, there we go. I live. hi, welcome. And thanks for letting me know. Yeah, time to close Godot. Thank you. And sometimes I can see it. I've got a screen here now where I can see it at all times, but sometimes I can't see my body reacting to the the weather of Godot. Let's see. Okay, I did read that. Okay. So let's see. How I'm wondering, and I mean, there is always just Googling to check, and I think that's what I'll do. Step one, I think, is trying to figure out, well, let's try to figure it out on our own and then go from there. And you can see yourself at 2 FPS in real life. Doesn't your brain lag from time to time? Haven't you felt that before? Where all of a sudden you just clip through the walls, so to speak. And okay, I had to read that. And Godot froze again, so water break. But as it's freezing, I think what would be good to start off with is maybe a button for each of the audio to control the check and see what it's at. I think that would be helpful. And you always lag out. Like, yeah, see? Your brain just sits down and comes back 10 minutes later. Exactly, there's just 10-minute restarts. I'd be surprised if you didn't have the problem. Sometimes your brain just needs a good reboot. Put your brain on sleep when you go to sleep. Let me get some coffee as well, and if it's still frozen, we'll close Godot again and reopen it. Coffee is just the right amount of temperature, which is great. And since Godot is still Godotting, you close. Yep, close, reopen again. And you're gonna no-clip your wall. You were gone for 5 minutes. Did you miss anything? Nope. Just me dying for a bit and lagging for a second or two. Trying to figure out volume now on the audio part of things. And I'm not too sure. Well, it'll go by bit, I think. And I think step one might be making this audio into its own master thing. The audio controller, I think, could be a good title for it. CONTROLLER. Something like that. Or never mind, we can't call it audio controller. It just has to be audio. And you're back? Welcome back. Okay, I did read everything. I'm saying all of that. The options menu has audio, or how does that work? Doesn't seem to. Just seems to contain the audio. Let's go ahead and make it its own scene, I think. And it would be, I'd say, in comments level, music, audio. There we go. Save. All right. So it's its own scene now. If I go ahead and do this, and we go into this scene itself. Oh, never mind. Maybe not saving it as its own scene is a okay idea. If I maybe make this wider, is that okay? Will you let me do that options menu? Okay, cool. And in that case, I wanted to just add buttons so we can test it that way. And happens to you all the time. No clipping through floor all the time, I say. Yeah, just time to time, I'd say. And I thought making it its own scene would be nice, but now I'm realizing because this is a control, we'd have to add the buttons below it or something like that, which is fine. We could do like this. It would be an H-box, yeah. H-box down here, and then we have a button here, and we'd have a few buttons maybe. Button 1, button 2, button 3. Our first button can be for our music. Our second button can be for our sound effects, SFX. Our third button can be for metronome, like that. And then what we can have happen is have them have their own script. If I go ahead and click audio, here, create, and in here we have our button 1, button 2, button 3. This is our music button, music test. This is our sound effects test, SFX test. This is our metronome test like this. And we go ahead and hook them all up to pressed, connect, 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 pressed, connect, like that. And then connect it here, here, like that. And 40 minutes already? It feels like 10 minutes, doesn't it? The early section at least starts about 30 minutes in from the introduction and everything. So just about, it's been a second. But I mean, we've crossed out 3 bugs already, which I wasn't expecting. I haven't looked into those bugs, so it was a coin flip on whether or not they'd be good or not. All right, and after that here, what we can then do is do an audio bus, audio stream player, right? We can add some of these guys here, 2, 3. And this is for our first audio stream player, our second audio stream player, and our third audio stream player. That works about well. We can go ahead and grab these guys. And this is just testing. I can go ahead and say, all right, music tester, music audio. This is our sound effects audio, SFX audio like that. And then we have our metronome audio, METRONOME audio, AUDIO. Great. And we can go ahead and just drag these guys in here, like that, like this, and like this. Like here, yeah, okay. And then from there, we can do music audio dot play. We can go ahead and do SFX audio dot play, SFX audio dot play, like this. And then we can go ahead and do metronome audio dot play, METRONOME, metronome audio dot play. And this is in hopes of testing it, making sure it's good. And then from there, what we can do is have them have their audio bus. So music would be music, SFX would be SFX, and metronome would be metronome, like that. And then we need audio. And for audio to do, how about this one? Can you hear that? Oh, hold on. If I do it this way, you'd be able to hear it now. Like this. Talk, talk, talk. Let me make it a little bit louder, or maybe, how about this one? Let's do this one since it's a little bit lower. And why do you have, it's supposed to be a programming reference. So my name is supposed to be a function in camel case. That was the idea behind it. If I go ahead and click this, like this, should be audible. There we go. Okay, and we'll go ahead and just drag this talk here. We can go ahead and drag it here. Oh, hold on. This guy gets dragged here. Okay, and then this guy gets dragged here. And hi chum, welcome. And this is sound design, this is sound debugging. It's, for some reason the audio's not working, so we're trying to fix the audio levels. So fingers crossed, it should work out well. If, maybe, perhaps, perchance, we'll see. I think if I click play here on the audio, it should still work. If, let's see, if I go ahead and click play here, if I click music, it's not audible, or is it? Hold on. I click here, can music be heard? Yeah, the button is ticking. And let me go ahead and mute this to make it a little bit easier to hear. There we go. Our music button's working, I can hear it. Sound effects is working, metronome's working. If I mute our music, can't be heard anymore. Can the sound effects be heard? Yes. Can the metronome be heard? Okay, interesting. If I mute sound effects, can I hear music? I can. Can I hear sound effects? I can't. Can I hear metronome? I can. Okay. What about metronome? If I mute metronome, can I hear metronome? No. Can I hear sound effects? Yes. Can I hear music? Okay. If I mute master, can I hear all of them? No. Okay. So from the button aspect, buttons are working fine, but for some reason in our options menu, something gets messed up. It's not an audio issue here from the core, something else is getting messed up. So it's good for no information. Let's go ahead and do this. Not the Christmas tree fight logic. You thought it was a safe place for your ears? I am not too happy that there is words in here. Truth be told, I didn't think that. I skimmed through it a little bit because it's like an hour-long mixture. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Speaking of which, I might swap it back, as I want it to be a little bit festive today, since it's the last stream before Christmas. But I don't know. I don't know. If this is the last song with words, then it's okay. This is the only one. We'll see. I can't fast forward it, so it's stuck like that for a little bit. The good news is, the buttons aren't the issue. It's something to do with the options. For some reason, one way or another. Okay. If I go ahead and click play in the game itself, before that, let me go ahead and go back to the audio and make sure this is high audio. 10. I'll make you 10 just so I can hear it over the music. I want to test it in the main menu and see if that affects it at all. I'll go ahead and save, click play. There we go. And game capture. Okay. Saying all of that, let's give it a go and test it. Okay. In our options, we check here. Our music. Can we hear it? I can hear the talk. And I'm sniffing Christmas and hearing Christmas. I am Christmas. Let me indulge a little bit today. I didn't do a special Christmas stream. So this is the closest I can get to. I can hear the talk. Can you? What is this? Oh, hi Toak. Attempting to, and hold on. Let me mute this. I'm guessing. There we go. And then do this. All right. I didn't just hurt your ears, did I? This should be a little bit better. I muted the music itself, and you hear the talk, right? Talk, talk, talk. Sounds more Halloween-y than Christmassy. This music here or the other one? I did have some Halloween music before. Music's working. We might have to mute the music itself so we can hear it a little bit clearer. Yeah, hold on. Let me mute the music. If I go back into the options menu, is there a way I can mute the music? Audio, rhythm manager. There we go. Unless Godot freezes, in which case I don't get to mute the music manager. Give it a second. Oh, this one. Yeah, it's supposed. This one's more Halloween. Yeah, that's the point. It's supposed to be a gothic cafe, so the idea is that it's supposed to be a little bit on the spooky side. I tried to choose more spooky feeling songs to give it a feel. Yeah, tuk tuk tuk. Let's see. I'll go here to our rhythm manager, and then if it'll let me. Nope. Godot decided, you know what? I'm gonna close. We'll go ahead and reopen it. And while it's reopening, let me get some water. And edit. It's spooky, yes, good, good. I think, I know I didn't label it spooky, but that's the cool name I named it. Just spooky. So let's see. Waiting on that to load. Let me get some water. Okay, nice. As far as audio goes, let's see. This audio is 2, 5. Music player is -7, 4, 9. For now, I'll go ahead and save those numbers, and then we'll get back. And is it usual for Godot to behave like this on your computer, like that, or your computer's not that powerful? I don't know. These are there used to be the settings here. It just seems to work wonky on my computer, even if I'm not streaming, even if I am. It just doesn't like it. Godot doesn't usually work like this, though, no. I've had this computer a few years back. Godot never worked like this, and I've been working with Godot on and off. Even this is my second game I'm making, but I've tested around in Godot on and off. But for some reason, Godot this year has been acting really wonky. It's weird. And yeah, spooky, spooky. And welcome back, Cindy Star. Hi. With all of that said, I'm wondering, can I just what I will do, I think, is I'll make this audio bus. I'll add a bus, mute the bus, and then this bus will be the new bus. That way, none of these guys can get moved, and we can move them back later once we're ready. But for right now, I just want to see if that audio is working. Let's see that, and okay. And go search. This was me attempting things, and I don't think I got far with that, but we can keep that for now. If I go ahead and click play, now we should hear the talk. If I go to options, music, can you hear it? I see it on screen, so I assume it is audible. I click here. Music is working. Okay. Sound effects. Okay. Metronome. Good. If I go ahead and mute music, can't hear music, can't hear sound effects, can't hear metronome. Okay. If I mute sound effects, can't hear sound effects, can't hear music, can't hear metronome. Okay. Mute metronome. Hold on. Metronome's muted. Can't hear metronome. Can't hear sound effects. Can't hear music. Mute everything and Huh, weird, isn't it? And, ooh, Godot comes with a DAW, or is it a plugin? What's a DAW? I forget what a DAW is. I know it's something related to audio, but you'll have to elaborate a little bit. I'm still trying to learn audio terms. And you ask because sometimes it's the way you use the engine. It's i.e. size of textures, compression of audio, etc. that makes engines go wonky. Unity/Unreal can obviously also be affected by it. I'm not too sure. I even have these issues when I do a new project. I can get up for a little bit, then come back, and Godot still freezes from time to time. So I'm not too sure. One reason or another, I go ahead and mute that. And is the metronome speed set, or can it be changed? Metronome speed, what do you mean? If you could elaborate, you mean the audio speed, or what it's playing out? Right now, this is a temporary metronome sound until I find a better one and just update it. A lot of these are placeholders until I find something I like a little bit more. But the audio is working. The buttons are working. So it's something to do with these guys that's making it angry, which is weird. If I go ahead and let's just start off with the metronome tick itself. If I change the bus back to metronome and save it, let's give that a try. And there's still words in here. Hold on. Alrighty, Christmas, you're out. Let me go ahead and do audio. There we go. Actually, let's do, how about that? There we go. Back to the usual, as I was not expecting words for that one. Go back to Godot. There we go. Okay. A digital audio workspace. I see. I wanted to try making this game without any plugins or anything, so anything you're seeing is Godot itself. But I don't know where you're seeing something that looks like a DAW. And the metronome, oh, like the BPM of the metronome. Ah, got ya. The BPM I have set, if I go ahead and close this, the BPM gets set for each song. So depending on the song's BPM is the way the metronome's BPM is set. And then I just look up the song's BPM and then play it the beats per minute. And let's see, the metronome sound should be on theme. Spooky Christmas Summer. That's something to consider, yeah. When we go more into audio stuff, that could be, well, not could. I definitely do want to add more, get more specific. For right now, it's just a thing of, I need something temporary. What kind of sounds like a metronome? Okay, good. Let's keep going. Let's see. In our metronome tick, I added the bus for metronome. If I click play, the metronome should play now when I hear the metronome tick. And okay, spooky, change, dragging, Christmassy, some bells, summer, some happy bird sound. Oh, that'd be cute. I feel like, you know, maybe the 30 days is a semester, and then the more I work on the game, maybe I can go through the whole school year or something. The metronome button should be working now, though. Okay, I hear the wood block. Oh, wait, I should hear the wood block regardless, shouldn't I? Hold on. Let me go ahead and, how can we bug test this? I guess making the sound different, right? This is the talk sound. The wood block sounds different. If I go ahead and play the wood block sound, it's higher pitched. And I think they're both, can two audios play at the same time in the same bus? I don't remember. Okay, I did read that. And that's one, you've never done any work on music, but music's one of your favorite parts of games. Me too. I hope to get better. I hope to make music soon. Soon TM is what I hope to do. And I see the little confetti, it's adorable. Sound effect, music. Okay. If I go ahead and hide you here. Oh, don't do the thing again. I feel like it's anytime I press a button in OBS, it decides, nah, not having it today. It's a slow finish, but I mean, it's been doing this since the entire time I've been developing the game, and I've made it this far, so I'm not too bothered by it. Only lost a few times, and oh, cute little hearts, and hi, Sully, welcome back. How's it going? It's going! Audio is trying to debug audio at the moment. So it's having a little bit of problems, and soon TM is a great way to put it. I like saying it. And yeah, soon TM. I wasn't sure if I wanted to make the music of this game or if I wanted to go with the music already here, but we'll see. It's a thing of checking and going. Yeah, goes wonky. Okay, so transition, metronome, music. Okay. Right now our metronome's in our metronome bus, but I'm not hearing the metronome play, which is really weird. The rhythm manager does play the metronome itself, but I'm not hearing the metronome. Oh, I know why. Because the metronome's not going off, because the music's not going off. Ah, that would make sense. If I go ahead and play the music in music as well, now we should hear the metronome tick if I click play. And it's going like snail, but the snail is flash, so going normal. Exactly. It's slowly but surely. Let's see. If I go here and, okay, it's audible. And I'll mute this for a second. If I go ahead and open you as well. Oh, wait, it's visible. Now the music can be heard. And let me go ahead and mute you like that. If I go ahead and click on our options here, metronome can be heard. When I lower this, I can still hear the metronome. I can't hear the metronome button anymore. For some reason, the metronome we're hearing isn't this metronome that's connected. And I heard a sound. Hold on. Let me click this button so I can see it. Let's see. Oh, hold on. That is... Oh, Alexander? Is that how you say it? Grillian? Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. And welcome to stream. Welcome over to Attempts. But I think this metronome, for some reason, isn't in the right bus. I think that's it. Something, metronome not in the right bus. And maybe the music as metronome integrated? That's what I'm thinking. Something along the lines of that seems to be the case. We go back into here, turn that back on, and Necro Valley came up in your head as a band music producer name. It's decent enough, but you remembered it's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Necro Valley sounds really cool. The fact that it's a music card, not too bad, but I do like the sound of it. If we go into here, somewhere along the lines of our metronome tick, is that the sound that's playing? Or is it a different sound that's playing? I feel like it's a different tick-tock sound that's playing for the metronome. Metronome player is metronome tick. Okay. We go ahead and find all of these. It also plays here. Metronome.play. Huh, okay. Let's change the metronome sound here and see if it still plays differently. If I go ahead and remove this metronome sound and go with the, where are we at? I think I had a ghost sound here. What do we have here? Okay, let's just do that for the metronome to see if that helps. Hi, voice hi. Let's see if that plays when I click play. Does that happen? No. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, wait, hold on. I might have not saved it. If I click save now and then click play, does it? No. Okay, so something is off. You can hear it, right? Ticking's there. That sound of the ghost singing isn't playing. So there's something off with the metronome itself. Okay. My next question then is, if I mute metronome player.play and just do pass here, does it still play the metronome? Who's playing this? Let's see. If I click play again, what happens? Huh. You can hear it, right? It's still ticking. If I click here to play here, this metronome tick's not getting used. Something else is playing it somewhere else. That's good to know. So let's see. Oh, if you're sniffing Christmas, are you hearing Christmas or what are you? You are the embodiment of Christmas. That's what you are. Okay, so something here is not working for this metronome player. This guy's not even playing. Something else is playing the metronome. When we do change color, play metronome. Oh, would you look at that? Music player, okay. Huh, okay. We have our music player. That's when we change the song. The metronome here should be the only way we do metronome change. But for some reason, something else is playing the metronome. It's really weird. And the metronome itself only gets used, if we go back up here, metronome only gets used once, and it's here where we muted it. But for some reason, the metronome is still playing, which is really odd. It's a tick-tock sound, and that's the music here. This guy doesn't need to be changed. Transition player also doesn't need to be changed. That guy's updates on itself. And music player. Okay, let's go back to the main menu really quickly. I'm curious to see, what do we have in here that maybe might change the audio? We have play, levels, test, options. Is that it? Level box container, options. Options menu, we have plugs, margin container. No, those are just buttons. What in here is casting audio? We have the logo, we have the VBox container, and in here we have 3 buttons, just about, or some buttons. Okay, but for some reason, audio gets played in the main menu. Oh, actually, I know why. Hold on, it's a screen out of game screen. This guy. This guy is actually the main menu. It's a mixture of the both two screens. And if we go in here, now we have our rhythm manager. Okay, rhythm manager, menu background screen. And I should just be able to delete this rhythm manager. If I delete you here, we shouldn't hear any more music when I click play. Do we? No, okay. That's working then. Something in the rhythm manager itself is sending out the music. That's the question here. It's becoming a bigger and bigger mystery as we go along. Now if I click play here, it should work. Yes, okay. So something in here is playing. That's making it play a metronome tick. And you could also check in code if metronome is initializing and is disabling. We could. The thing is the sound itself in metronome isn't this sound. I think it plays if you can hear it. Hold on, let me slide this over. Nope, you can't hear it. This sound should play for the metronome. I swapped out the sound. So this should play for the metronome tick. But that's not playing. It's still doing the similar, or the same tick-tock. This isn't getting used. It's using it somewhere else, but there's not anywhere else it can go. Soda, lemon, ice, cubes. Too good to be true. Never tried that combination before. For example, Go Serve we can get rid of. Go Serve we're not even using. That was something added on for later. I started working on other things. Tempo change, Go Served. Yeah, we don't need you. And okay, it's not covered. Measure position, utility. The way the game works is tempo transition. Yeah, okay. Something here. The songs get loaded, the tempo transitions get loaded, all those things get loaded, and then the music gets changed. So it checks if the music's playing, then if the music is playing, we change color, and this is the change color should be. If I go ahead and do this should mute the metronome. If I click play again, do I still hear it? Okay. Huh. If not repeating last beat, still plays that sound. Okay. If we go back up here, if music playing, song position in beats. If repeating beat, song position beat equals true. It's not even going in here for some reason. And yeah, but it is added as a node. So node has to initialize somewhere. If you hear it, you can check where by simply printing on initialization. How do I do that? Is it on ready? Up here? Would I have to do metronome player or known player dot initialize? How do I do that? If you could elaborate a little bit, I can give it a go. How do I check the initializer? Initial INITI. I think that's initial, isn't it? Let's see. Just thinking, seems like you need a dedicated function for it. Okay. On initialize. Well, initialize or on initialize, or is the func itself initialize? Init, do you mean an init function? How do you check? Let's see. It is as a node, so initialize has to initialize somewhere. And if you hear it, you can check where by simply printing on initialization. Print. Do you mean func init? Print like this? Print metronome player? Like that? Is that what you mean? I think it prints it, or should print it, I think. If I click play again, what happens? No. No. I don't think that works. For the check, you mean? I need a little bit more elaboration. I'm not too sure what you mean. I'm willing to try it on initialization. I can also Google as well to maybe check to see. As far as initialization, if I go here, on initialization, say how to check node location on initialize INITIALIZATION. Right, TION. Where are we at? Oh, Godot 4. Can't forget that part. Getting a node's position in script when initialized. Okay. I have a node. Ready function. Oh, position property. No. These are all for positions. I'm checking for order in scene initialization. Get node. Func ready. Debug self. I'm not too sure what I'm looking at. I'm not too sure where to start. No, I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Let's see. This isn't it. I'll get rid of this. Start BGM, connect play. Music player dot stop, music player dot play. If music's changing correctly, it's just the something here. And wait a sec, Googling too? Thank you. I'll take all the help I can get. And okay, I did do that. Play random song, change color. If step on beat. Is it? No, because everything else gets muted, right? We don't even go into this. Pass. If I go ahead and just do this, it shouldn't change on beat. It just checks the music, I think. Let's see. If I click play now, do we still hear it? We do. Okay. If music player dot playing. Okay, do this. Do pass. Oops, pass. Pass, click play here. Okay. Music player starts up, and that's what's happening for the audio. That's why I'm wondering about the metronome tick itself. Something here is setting it off on beat. Low tempo transition, get tempo. If music playing, so I'm wondering why this rhythm manager, it doesn't feel like it's actually doing anything. The music itself, I think, is spooky. If I go ahead and do, I can do a different song too. I'm just trying to figure out how do we root down the problem and get where it is. As the processor and everything, yeah, in process, this should be where the music is playing. For some reason, it isn't. If I do here and ready, when everything's getting started, save character, let's see, set song, set tempo, play cafe song. Okay, if I mute, I'm not mute, but comment that out, what happens? Let's see. No music plays. Okay, play cafe song. Play cafe song in here. Music player dot play on music finish. Playing metronome equals false. Okay. Interesting. And the best thing is pixel art. But tell me what to do. What do you hate about pixel art? I like, if I could, I would draw digital art over pixel art. If I had the ability, if I could choose in one wave of my hand to choose being a master pixel artist or being a master artist or like digital artist, I choose digital artist. I think you can do a lot more with digital art than you can pixel art. The best thing about pixel art is that it's limited, but the worst thing about pixel art is that it's limited. If you want to draw something in your head, you're better off trying to do digital art. Pixel art's more of a thing of how can you interpret what you're trying to make. You kind of have to decode it. For digital art, it can be one-to-one. Pixel art's not one-to-one. I'd say that's it. It's limited. That's the best part, but it's also the worst part. So let's see. Play cafe song. Okay. Load song. Set tempo transition. Load tempo transition. All of this is working. When I mute this, it mutes everything else. Music player dot stop. This mutes it. This plays it. On music finish. All right. On music finished. Music player dot play. Music player dot mute. Okay. What I'm curious about is why. Actually, you know what we can do? I can uncover this guy here in our rhythm manager. If we go back to our out of game screen here, we can see this color here. And the color shouldn't change if the rhythm manager is working. For example, if I do, where are we at? Here, change color. Change color. The color shouldn't change. If I go ahead and do pass here, the color shouldn't change when I click play. That means that function is disabled. If I go ahead and do here, you can see color isn't changing. The beat isn't changing beat, and that's why the background's not bouncing. The background should only bounce when the music's being played, so something's happening beforehand that's determining the beat sound. Or, hold on. You know what I think it is? Now I'm thinking about it. What I think, and I just realized this. I think that ticking is the game itself, is the music. I think that tick-tock sound is the music, not the metronome. The metronome isn't part of that music. It's its own thing. Afternoon, everyone. You would have come yesterday, but your mom and you were on Christmas trip that took over 12 hours for a lot of reasons. How's the game? Also love the start screen. Thank you for coming back, Marcus, and welcome back. And I hope it was fun. The 12 hours sounds like maybe like a road trip or something. Things are going too well. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, isn't it? Hold on. This is the cafe music. I can type in here the cafe music. Now, how much do you want to bet? When I click play here, we're gonna hear that tick tock sound because it's actually the music. So it appears the music I just so happened to choose has a metronome sound in it. That made it really confusing. So my thing I thought was a bug isn't actually a bug. It is the music. Huh. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not too sure I enjoy the fact. All this time I thought it was a bug. It was just the music. And it was a road trip, I see, but only to one thing. Left at 10 in the morning yesterday, got home at 12 a.m. Oof. Well, I hope it was fun for what it was. And leave the music on forever, so nice. Do you like it? I mean, that is the cafe. I could change it. The fact that the music thing is working, though, was great news. I can't believe that. But the whole time I thought it was a bug. And it's just not a bug, it was the music. It was the friends we made along the way. Well, that's good, I know now. It was a learning thing. I can go ahead and, where is it at? Hide this guy here, the test box for our visuals. And then to just double check, I want to see about that audio player. If we click play and go into the game, oh, hold on, actually. Before I do that, let me hide you here. And I can go ahead, go back to our rhythm manager. Music players on music, metronome ticks and metronome, good. And our transition players in transitions and sound effects. Sound effects, music, metronome, transition. Okay. Save, play, where are we at? Hold on. And you got trolled by your past self. Kinda, sorta. I mean, the thing is, while I was working on the game and I was testing settings and menus, I was going through them. I think it was before controls, but I was realizing metronome's not getting muted. Huh. I might change this maybe, because the only time you hear the metronome's in-game. That's the thing. If I go into levels here, you can see metronome's not playing. There's no metronome currently. If I go into the game mode, metronome should play. If I do sweet cake here, it's muted. But that's good, you don't hear that ticking anymore because it's not the metronome that's ticking. Crazy. And game development circle. I'm a dummy, I'm a genius. Yeah. Oh man, it's the circle of life. And you think the title card for the game, you like the title card for the game? Personally, you think it could use background work? Sure, by all means, I definitely do think so. Let me go ahead and mute this metronome guy here. I want to make sure the auto does play. Did I mute it? Is that it? The stereo, volume, that's all good to go. This should play during the metro. Oh, yeah, because I muted it, didn't I? If I go back into here and unmute it, we should be good to go now. Up here, we have our metronome player. And most of these things are temporary. And let's see. Sad that it's not a bug. You tried to fix it for like 15 minutes? Who is your sound, guy or girl? Leave the music on forever? So nice. Oh, okay. Hold on. So is your sound, guy or girl? Me. Really, all of it's me. I've been trying and, well, testing too. Like I said, I might try to make music later, and I heard that sound. Let me post as Sobri Algo. Is that how you say it? Please tell me if it's not. I try to get things correctly, but welcome to stream, and thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Let's see. What words? Okay. It was fun. We went way too early to that event. Because I see. Waited for 3 hours. Oh, waiting time's never fun. Game development in a nutshell. If there was a typing game, why is it also on console? It won't be on console because it's a typing game. And how will the console ports work if it's a typing game? I don't plan for it to be on console because it's a typing game. However, I was thinking about it yesterday, and let me go ahead and... but okay. I mean, yeah, most of game development, I feel like, is it works. Why does it work? And why doesn't this not work? Or that sort of thing. But that's good. The fact that it does work and it was a me thing. Well, that's most of coding, isn't it? It's user error. looks like a lot of the ones you see on the websites, like kids see in the mid-2010s. That is kind of the thing I was going for. And game development more is linear. It's like, is it not working? Why? Is it working? Why? Yeah, exactly, Toek. 100% I agree. If I go ahead and unmute this now, we should hear the metronome when I go into the game. If I go ahead and do up here, undo these guys here. All of the bugs that I had weren't actually bugs, wasn't it? Every single one of them wasn't a bug. And you thought you said a few streams ago that you plan to release a game on Xbox? No, I definitely didn't. Yeah, you definitely did mishear. That's all right. Maybe I said it won't be coming on Xbox because it's a typing game. But like I said before, I was thinking about it yesterday, and I think the way I would have to do it is maybe kind of a semi-rhythm thing where you have the buttons that go up and down, left and right. Something like that, where while you're typing, and let me go ahead and do sweet, cake. There we go. Metronome's back, which is great. Okay, that's all good to go. That means it's not a bug. We go back into our metronome. Okay. So I guess that's the thing. In our metronome, the idea behind it being in the options menu was that you'd be able to test it. Should I have a button that toggles the metronome on and off in the option menu? Does move it, should it, is basically programming. Does move it, should it? It's a lot of questioning, it truly is. And I think that is a good idea, at least in our testing menu or in our options menu, having a button to test metronome, right? Something like that. And how can you buy it? Yes, because you want it, but you don't buy any PC games unless it's MMORPGs. Is there gonna be a physical edition? Definitely not physical. The goal is to put it on Steam and itch. That's about it. Steam and itch for this one at least. I might come back to it in the future and port it to other places, but for right now, it'll be released on Steam and itch, since those are the only two I know of. Steam itself, I've never released anything on Steam, so that's gonna be an experience. If we go back into audio, I wanna have a way to enable and disable. I do already, I believe. If we go back into our rhythm manager, and first off, change this voice high to back to the block I think I had it as. What block? I say it's Godot phrases, so I take some water. If you want to get physical, go to the chat. Let's get physical. Let me get some water while I'm waiting for Godot. That's one you've never done any work on, but music is one of your favorite parts of the game. Oh, okay, I did read that. Oh boy. And it's a typing training game with fun. A little bit. The thing is, it was originally just going to be a typing cafe game. And, Doe, are you here with me or no? You're only here in spirit. Okay, I'll close and reopen. It was originally going to be a typing game, but I wanted to add a twist on it, since a lot of people can type really fast, but can you type to the beat? And I thought that would be a kind of fun twist on the whole thing. You don't use Steam, though you thought about making an account for a game called Lost Ark. You not heard of it, Itch? That kind of puts a damper on things, but you'll still want to support my game. I do appreciate it, Marcus. I do hope to add extra for other platforms soon, but I want to make sure I get the bare what I do know before I try to do other things. But I do hope to, in the future, come out with something that you can play 100%. I think that would be nice. I'm saying all of that, where are we at? Metronome tick. I'm getting rid of you, going back to woodblock. Woodblock. There we go. The typical tonk that I had there. And I think what would be nice is, and I think I already do have this, there's a way to do mute metronome. Let's see. Play metronome, unplay metronome. Recently play tempo. Oh, actually, you know what I think? What we can do is let me make sure it's not a function first. Metronome, play metronome, disable metronome player, metronome tick, play metronome. Okay, what I think we can do, and what I also want to test really quickly, does the metronome play when you're spell casting? That's something I want to do and check, because if it does play when you're spell casting, then I don't have to update it for the options menu. But I want you to hear the metronome when you open up the options menu. That way you can change the metronome's audio. I think will be very helpful. And stop asking questions that the women work. No, you're fine. It's fine to ask questions, by all means. I like answering questions, so it's good. And you'd like to get the game if you're able to download it from its own website. Ah, I got ya. If it were to expand beyond Steam, what will it cost? On itch, you can download the actual program itself, if that helps. Let me go ahead and click levels for. We're seeing if we hear that block sound when we go to the spellcasting. But when we get into platforms and everything like that, that'll be talking and asking so many questions, you're fine. Like I said, I like answering questions, but you'll probably have a better idea of where I'm at when I get closer to release, since I don't know right now. I'm still in the prototype stage, so trying to think about all of the future stuff's a little bit tricky. With all that said though, if I go ahead and click Sweet Sweet Cake, you hear the talk, right? And then if I click Escape, okay, so there's never a way you can hear the metronome if you're not playing the spell, right? The spell casting game. That's the only time you hear the metronome. What I want to do is add a way to toggle the metronome, or at least enable the metronome when you're in the options menu. And when you close the options menu, metronome gets disabled. That way, you can get a feel for how the metronome sounds when you're testing the audio levels, I think. And what is itch, if you may ask? No worries. Hold on. I do itch.io. It is a website, another website for game developers. The cool part about itch is that you can, and I'll link it here and here. There you go. Itch is a website you can go to for game developers, and you can download the, like, for example, the .exe of the game after you buy it. So that's a nice thing. If you don't like something like Steam where you have to make an account and everything, I think you might have to for itch perhaps, but you can download the actual file instead of going through Steam's roundabout way. So I hope to do it on itch. And you're using mobile, but thanks for the link. Gotcha. I hope it helps. So in saying all of that, what we can do is in our options menu, if I open this up again, we have change state, all of these things. Option menu has a change state. Okay, good. What I want to have happen is to mute and unmute the metronome. What I want to do is utility dot mute metronome, metronome dot emit, and I want an unmute like this, unmute, like that, unmute. And then when the game is paused, we mute it, and then when it's unpaused, we mute it, like that. And then in utility, what we can do, utility, we can go into here like that. And then in our tutorial signs, menu signs, level scoring, book scoring, customer, cafe signs, spell casting. I don't think I have a area for audio, which is fine. In that case, I can start one. Tutorial, menu, well, I guess I'd say it's menu, right? Kind of, sorta. So let's do it here. I can do signal, and then go ahead and say unmute metronome. And then we also want a signal for mute metronome, like this. And there we go. Unmute and mute. And then what that means is when they're emitted, we can have it send it over to the rhythm manager to say, hey, start up the metronome. Hey, stop the metronome. Back in our rhythm manager, what we can do is here. And if, oh, froze for a second. I thought it died. Did I die? I did die. I could feel it. Hold on. I can feel the computer itself imploding. So give it a second. Oh, I'm good to go. Great. Reopening. I felt the presence and everything, but we're all good to go now. If I go ahead and reopen the prototype, the goal of adding or enabling the metronome when you're in the options is that I want the player to be able to control the levels of everything. So if they want more music to metronome, they can do it. Or if they want more metronome to music, they can do it. It lets them customize it, as I think that's always a nice thing, customizing things the way you want them to be. I can go ahead and here, and in our rhythm manager, we'll go ahead and connect those signals. I can go all the way back up here into our, where are we at? Ready function here. And then what we can have is utility dot mute metronome dot connect. And this is going to connect to a function, and then it needs to be unmute as a connect. And then what we can do here is make a function, func mute metronome, mute underscore metronome, and then it is void like this here. And then go ahead and do pass. And it also needs to be underscore since it's in the script. We don't call it outside of the script. You can go ahead and do mute and then do unmute. You can go ahead and do unmute. And then this unmute can go into our unmute, and our mute can go into our mute. And then from there, what we can do is have metronome player, or hold on, play metronome. I think I use a bool somewhere. I forget what I call the bool. It's something like enable disable metronome. What do I call it? BPM, currently changed, recently changed. Ah, here we go. Play metronome equals true. We can go ahead and set this to true and false. We can go ahead and say play metronome equals false. Oh, true, actually. True. Play true. And then play metronome equals false. So now, the hope is that in the, and let's see, gonna leave now? Sorry, no, like I said, Marcus, you're fine. But before you do, you just wanted to update you by saying that you shared your channel with YouTuber Fandom Wiki. You already got 1 like so far. Oh, thank you. And like I said, you're fine. I'm all for answering questions. I do get a little sidetracked sometimes, but if it's a question I can answer, by all means, and especially if it's on topic. It's game dev programming today. So since it's a question about programming and game dev, by all means. And I hope, like I said, what was it? I believe you're the one that had the trip, right? Where are we at? Hold on, let me scroll back up. Yeah, your trip. I hope you're able to get some relaxation now that you're back. As yeah, I don't do well on road trips. But you can hear the TikTok, right? Now, from the music. And now, I should be able to mute the metronome. I don't know if I hear it, per se. I don't know if I hear... okay. I don't think I hear it. If I go into our game here and then you tick, 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 you love it? Good. It's a sound and I'm glad. I know some people didn't like the sound, so maybe in the future we can have an option where the audio you can change the metronome sound to your preference. Maybe I'll have 3 options you can choose from. And we are on 16 viewers now? Really? Can you ask what peak viewership did you achieve on stream? That's probably peak. So it's a big surprise. Super surprised. Yeah, usually, not usually that number, I will say that. So usually I'd say probably 6. Recently it's been 10. So wow. And thanks for the relaxation wishes. You have been indeed having a way more relaxed day. I'm glad. I'm really glad to hear that. It's the holidays. Might as well relax for a bit. Saying that though, what I'm gonna do is have this print to make sure that the metronome is playing and not playing. So if we click print here, or if we put print here, we can then say, all right, is it true or false? And then what I can do is up here, have the console, if it'll let me, there we go. What we want to see happen is when we open the menu, we want it to say true. When we close the menu, we want it to say false. And does it do that? I say okay, I'm not lagging again. I'll go ahead and do here. And can you just mute music and sound when testing metronome? You can. The thing is, what is it? We can mute music like this. Oh, yeah, you're right. That was very true. And this options menu isn't doing anything. But I think, yeah, and yeah, but thank you for saying that, Toak, as I didn't realize that, but for some reason this isn't getting played. Okay. The signal isn't going off then. I say as freezes. Am I good? Okay. Reopening Godot, drinking some water, taking a small break, and let's see. Why isn't it emitting the signal? Oh, because it's in-game. That's why. Makes sense. Hold on. I believe that is the case at least. So if we go back into the options menu here, we should be able to see. And yeah, remember to implement your labels for debugging. Hold on. If I do this, are we fine? I think a rumbling happened. Am I good to go? I am. Good. Okay. And yeah, labeling, debugging labelings also. And how much is the game gonna cost? I'm not sure yet. It'll probably be maybe $12, 10 to 15 is the idea I'm thinking of, depending on how much I put in the game. If I go ahead and go back in though, if I click play here, and $3, $5 foot long. I click play in here, then I click, yeah, that's it. You can hear it now, right? It's only in game does it unmute and mute. See? 12 to 15 is a good range. I thought so. 20 is more on the big end, and I feel like 12 to 15 probably. Yeah, there we go. So you can hear the tick-tock, tick-tock. And let me go ahead and mute this. But for some reason, it's not tick-tock, tick-tocking when we're in the main menu. Oh, hold on. Huh. But I can't press escape anymore, which is weird. I think I broke it. I did make another bug. Oh no. If I go back into nope, I can't click anything. What did I do? Huh. I broke something, and I don't even know what I broke. That would be a 3 shrimps. Can I get a 3 shrimps? 3 shrimps on the line here. Huh. I'm wondering how I broke the game. It's working now, right? I go in here. Now you can hear it. Now you can't hear it. Now you can hear it. Now you can't hear it. That's working. We go back into the game. It's still true. When we exit, we have to set it to false again. False, true. False, and now I can't toggle it. I did break something. Oh boy. Okay, that's A-okay. What we can do then is go ahead and do. How can we do this? If game pause. Change state. Utility, change state, options menu. Okay, this is what we can do. If it's in game, we unmute it. Or, yeah. Let's see, utility.game. We're matching the current state. If the current state is in game, then we unmute. Game tree paused. Yeah, this is pausing the game. This is starting the game back up. If it's currently paused, we do this. We need to also check for is the utility in menu. I think that is one I have. Utility dot, and oops, glad I caught that. I go ahead and do this. If I do utility dot, and then I go ahead and do game state dot, we have in-game, or hold on, game state. I should see the game states here, but I don't. If I click here, we have paused, in-game, in menu. Okay, if in menu, there we go, and GIF game over. In menu is what happens when you're in the main menu, and then pause is what happens when the game's open. Yeah, okay. True, false, true, false, true, false, true, false is the programming's metronome. I agree. True, false. And that would be at least, I say, 3 shrimps. Yeah, food. You'd have to exchange in shrimps, or what is it, sand dollars? There you go. For payment sec. Let's see, game state paused. We're checking the current game state. If the current game state is in-game, then we go ahead and unmute it as we're paused. Or, and, okay, what I think we should do is have a specific game state for if in menu. This. And then what we can do is, next up is if it's in menu, if visible, I guess. Check the visibility of it for the change state. If visible, or, if visible, something like this, visible, then we can go ahead and say unmute it, right? And then if it's not visible, we ELSE, we go ahead and mute it. That way, if it's in the menus, then we know we're in the main menu. And then the other one we need to do is also, if we go ahead and do mute, in our options menu, if our main menu button gets pressed, we need to mute the metronome. That needs to be the thing. We also need to mute the metronome if the scene gets reloaded. I think that should be good now. Perhaps, we'll see. I don't know why the game broke though. I'm a little confused on that one. I can go ahead and click escape, and now it's false, true, false, true. Okay, hold on. That needs to be swapped then. I can go ahead and hide that. If visible, unmute. If I do this instead then, like this and this, like you, I think this should work. Or you may accept copper wires as a payment option. If it's emerald encrusted copper wires, then I mayhaps, or some good old flux wires. I'll think about it. Well, I'll give it a chance at least to see how much you have. The payment's gonna be a little different though. Okay. If I go ahead and click escape, you can hear it. If I go ahead and, let me go ahead and mute this as well. If I go ahead and unescape, can't hear it. Can hear it, can't hear it. Can hear it, good. And then if I go ahead into our levels, okay, can hear it, can't hear it, can hear it. Main menu, can't hear it. Open menu, oh, huh, got ya. And it broke again. Okay, okay. Not too bad. Not too bad, quiet. It's almost there. Something here is off. If visible, I definitely think this doesn't make sense, right? If it's visible, mute it. If it's not visible, unmute it. That's a little weird. I think what we should do is on this page load, we can have it mute, right? We can go ahead and say mute here. That might help in the bug that we have, perhaps. Let's see. If I go ahead and do this, escape, true, false, true, false, and then I can go ahead and do in our options, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, false. Isn't that interesting? And let's see. Hopefully, everything's usually constructed together with hopes, wishes, and dreams. That's how most of programming for me at least seems to go. I feel like it should be this. This feels right. What I had before didn't feel right. And not sure if this has been axed, but are you planning for any DLC or cosmetics? It has been axed, and the idea is no. I don't plan for any DLCs. I do plan to update the game later on, but I want to do something like that's done with Stardew Valley, where it's just a game that gets a lot of updates, but never DLC. I would like, no DC, and hi, Beautil, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Welcome. And yeah, I don't want to do DLCs. If I can help it, I don't wanna. I wanna add updates to the game, but not extra packs and everything. I feel like that would be nice. Let's see, in our options, escape, false, true, false. I've reversed it now. Oh no. 600 ghost skins when? No, there's not gonna be a $600. It's gonna be the golden ghost that you can only get. The proper ghost. Let's see. If we then go into our rhythm manager here, I want to check the mute and unmute. Something seems off. Let's see. If I go back up here, play metronome. Oh, there we go. Play metronome. Unmute metronome equals true. Mute metronome equals false. Play cafe song. Mute metronome. Play metronome equals false. Play metronome equals false. Huh. Okay. Something's off here with the bulls. And hi, twin opinion. Welcome to stream. Hello, fun stream. You're not brave or confident enough to stream game dev, but you like throwing these streams on in the background while you tinker with Game Maker. It's all about trying, right? Trial and error. This is the second game I've ever made as I die for a second. Am I good? Yeah, okay. This is the second game, so it's a lot of learning as I go and trying to map things out. But I hope you have fun with your Game Maker, and I believe you can make your games. You just gotta have an idea and write everything down. That's helped me the most. I say as Godot decides I don't want to cooperate with you. I'm gonna save it, I'm gonna close it and reopen it, and have a water break, since it's frozen in time at the moment. Yep, Godot, you're gone. You've been fired, for a little bit at least. Reopen again. But hello indeed. Let's see, oh, is it, okay, it is opinion. I thought it was options for a second. Let's get some water. A copper ghost skin, how about that, sec? A copper ghost skin, not for 600, it's a steal for 500, I think. So let's see. If I go ahead, and where are we at? Something's wrong here is the issue. Unmute metronome, mute metronome. Mute metronome should be play metronome equals false. Unmute metronome should be true. That makes sense. If we go into here, play cafe song, we don't want the metronome to play. That is also true. Where else do we use play metronome at? Control Shift F or Control F. Where are we at? We use it up here for our true and false statements. Use it up here for a bool, and you were gone for like 15 minutes. Did you miss anything? Nope. Right now, I want to add a way for the metronome to play when you're in the options menu. That way you can customize the metronome audio level. That way you can hear it. Beforehand, I thought it was a bug that we couldn't hear the metronome, but no, that was just the music. That sounded like a bug. Let's see, change color, okay. If play metronome, metronome player.play. Okay, if not current, I think something here is making it so other things are being toggled. And I think because I'm messing with the toggling here, it's not too happy. But the thing is, the music's not playing, or the music's playing, the song, the spell casting isn't working when we're in the options menu. So this should work. And that's the issue, is that when I click play here, you can see, if I go ahead and do this, you can hear it, right? And let me mute this for a second. It works. This is false. This is true. False. True. I am confused. But I think we have to fix it a little bit. And that's why I had the toggle on initially. But I question. I question a lot of things. You played Starry Sky harder than Dark Souls? I've been told that. I've been told the first game I made gave nightmares. Anytime I make a game, I get a lot of telling that they tend to be on the hard side. Nah, Dark, what score did you get? I'm curious. The highest I've ever gotten is 74, I believe. And I believe one of my testers got 75 just to beat me. Oh boy. So let's see. Oxidized Copper Ghost. Unlocked by scaring away at least 5 customers in a day. The goal is to keep the customers, not scare them. You don't want to spook them. 2, you're best. As long as you did your best. That's an award in itself. So let's see. In our options menu, in our rhythm manager. In our options menu, when we open it, or when it's ready, how about this? What if we mute the metronome in the options menu instead? Initially, it's just muted. I think could help. So if I do this instead, anytime the, hold on. Utility, do I already do it? Never mind. Anytime the options menu starts, it gets muted. That should work. Anytime it gets initiated. So I don't need it in our rhythm manager, or in our main menu, because the main menu should do it already. Is that why? Hold on. Our option menu gets initialized, so it starts out false. When I click play, it should say true at the bottom. Does it? False. Weird. Okay. If I then, okay. Toggle options menu. False, true, true, false. If visible, unmute. Otherwise, mute it. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think I have to move it here. Let's see. Visible equals not visible. What if I did this? Do you think this would change anything? Oops, hold on. Like this. And then click play. Does that fix it? Order of operation, true. False. Hold on. True. Oh. False. I think I fixed it. Hold on. Knock on wood. I might have not. If I go back into here, false. True. False. True. Okay, I think that was it. Order of operation. Main menu, false. True. False, false. Okay. So something's still up, but it's better. Okay, that's good. Progress, I think. I can at least call it something of the sorts. I'll go ahead and reopen Godot, take my water break. And we'll give it another go. Edit. Okay. So if I go ahead and get some coffee as well while I'm waiting. Progress. Exactly. In our options menu, the metronome automatically gets muted. That makes sense. Anytime it's in the initiated state, it should by default be muted. And nice, you love when moving a line of code is all that's needed, of course. Sometimes it just moves the problem somewhere else. It did move the problem somewhere else. It did indeed. Unfortunately, it semi-worked. I think the issue is, and I'm not too sure, if the game state's paused, we're unmuting. That makes sense. Unmute, mute, unmute. This makes sense. I'm not too sure why it's having some issues. Unmute is if it's in-game. Oh, you know, maybe that's it. When you load the game, right? So we start off here in our ready function. We're muting it. That's turned off. But then when we're in-game, we unmute it. I think that's it. If current state or something of the sorts. I think that's it maybe? And you were gone for 5 more minutes, now you're fully back? You come and go like the wind, it seems. I think what we need to do is, if in menu, this makes sense. Something's off here, I think, that's making it tricky. I think what we have to do is check for the escape button being pressed. And if we're pressing escape, that's how we should do it. I don't think it should be anywhere in here. I think we put it here. If the escape is pressed here, I think it should not be in menu. I think it should go here. Like this. That way, if it is visible, we know because it goes before change state. And we do tap here, like this. I think I put it here. And do you prefer fried or cooked? Potato talk, I say. All right, utility state in game. Nope, we don't need any of that. I think if we do this, it might be better because it only happens when we press escape, and that's when it's getting checked. It doesn't matter about any of these other things. It's just checking whenever we click escape, can we hear it? If the option menu is visible, then we can hear it. If it's not visible, we can't hear it. I say it's also that. There we go. All right. If I click play now, let's give it a go. And then here. All right. So right now it should be muted. Yeah, muted. Unmuted. Okay. Muted. Unmuted. So far, so good. If we go into levels, muted, unmuted, muted, unmuted. Okay. Back in main menu, muted, unmuted. I think we fixed it. Muted. Oh, no, we didn't. Oh, no, we did. Hold on. Muted. Nope. And now for some reason I can't click escape again. And this was the issue I was having before. This is the new bug. I don't even know what this bug means. I think the game's paused. I'm guessing that's the bug. For some reason the game state's now paused. Here. Weirdly enough. Huh. Hold on. If I go ahead and hide that. We found a new bug. Soul sacrifices. If you truly love Ghost or Copper, you can afford some sacrifices. If that means paying taxes on these wires, I'm not sure if I want to oblige. But sacrifices do have to be made. And new bug equals progress. Oof. I know, but it's a thing of, well, now we have to go 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or 1 step back, or how is it? 2 steps back, 1 step forward? Something like that. And problems are like pressure. When an exit is patched, it will look to create a new one. Yep. And you can't help you with this one as the flow is complex and happens in many places. Yeah, it's like trying to patch everything up with tape. If the ghost can help, and if the wire is in good quality, I might consider it. So let's see here. What I'm thinking is, if visible, unhandled input. How about I move it here? This, maybe, or perhaps. If the metronome, if it's visible, then the game's paused. If it's not visible, the game's not paused. If it's visible, the game is paused. That's what I'm thinking. I think the game froze because, oh, it also froze now. I'll give it a little bit. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Yeah, that one. Did I say 2 steps back, 1 step forward? I did it in reverse. I'll give it a second to load. If it does not, we'll close it. And in the meantime, we get some water. There we go. Okay. What do you got, Godot? Let's see. Since it's not willing to cooperate, and I gave it a second. Oh, never mind. Nope, still closed. Okay, let's close it. Save and quit. Reopen. And you can't fix bug if Godot itself has bugs. Me and Godot have been in a partnership for quite a while now, a few months I'd even say, and for the most part, it's been okay. It has a few quirks, but as long as it's willing to work with me, I'm here for it. I'll be here for the support if it needs it. With all that said, I'm thinking if I do this here, I think this might work. Because if we pause the game somewhere else, I think that'll help. We mute the metronome, paused equals true. I think this should fix it. Let's give it a go and see. If I go in here and maybe update Godot, Godot's updated. It is. This is the latest update version of Godot. And while the job as a game dev is to make a decent game first, even iconic games such as Pokemon have bugs. Serious Gen 1 is held together by tape. Yeah, that's what gives me hope too, is the thing, it doesn't have to be perfect. And that has really helped a lot. And it's weird, Godot hasn't hanged on to you yet, except when making tools. You're really good at making infinite loops. Infinite loops are fun. And welcome to Stream Task. Welcome back. If I go now, true, false, true, false, true, false. I can't move because it's paused. Okay. Main menu? No, it's still pausing. I think the game state is paused currently. I think so. If I do get tree paused. Pause. If I go ahead and do hide here and then play here. Let's see. Your game doesn't have bugs? Plot twist. You don't have a game yet. I mean, that's the best way. Can't have bugs if you don't have a game. That is true. If true, the scene is considered paused. Okay. What I'm gonna do then is print the game state here. Print game get tree dot paused here. And I want to see the most recent paused, if it is paused. Let's see. And then I want to do print get tree paused, and then how can I do this? Do it like this, I think, where we have the line up here that says words and stuff like this, and then like this, and then I can say game state. Now let's try to break it again. If I go ahead and click play here, and then, yeah, correct. Exactly. All right, so game state true. Oh, I broke it again. Yeah, game state is false. Game state is true. Got ya. I guess that is the bug itself. I'll also show you again. It didn't show up here. If I can go ahead and click play, something's wrong with me clicking the toggle, and that's why it's having some issues. If I click play here, you can see up in the top left, up there, hold on, up here, you can see where it says the game state. If it's paused, I can't do anything. And if I click this a bunch of times, now it's toggled to pause, despite the fact that it isn't visible. The options menu isn't visible. You can see down there it says game state true. So because it's true, I can't press any buttons. We don't want it paused when the option menus is down. Game state true. If it's visible, then we unmute the metronome and we pause the game. Oh, hold on. I think I know the issue. I think I had it in reverse. If I do this, does that fix the issue? Perchance, mayhaps. I think I had the true and false mixed around. How about now? Are you willing to cooperate currently? Let's see. And you remember one bug that you found with Godot? The solution was that you needed to manually await one process point. I've had that happen before for this game, where it's a thing of just wait a second, like a millisecond. But welcome to stream, Aston Riff. Hi, and remove that line Godot.crash. Ah yes, if bug, delete bug. There we go. Fix the game right there. So now if I do, oh, game state true. This guy's visible. Oh, something's wrong now. If game state pause, how can we do this, do you think? If I go here, if visible, if I click play again, and I do hide show here, true, and that's it, true. I guess I broke, well no, not I guess. I know I broke something. I can't guess what it is. By shifting everything out of here, it broke it. I'm questioning why. If I go here and do this, get tree pause. The scene gets paused, which makes sense. Anytime it's visible, and it checks for visibility if it is the escape button, and then the state gets changed. So it already checks the state. And regardless of whether, if it's visible, then the game state is paused. If it's visible, it's paused. If it's not visible, it's not paused. And while true, delete bug. Exactly. And you remember the coin flip joke? If heads, you win. If tails, delete system. That's a cruel joke. A horrible, cruel joke. Oh man, I wonder how many people fell for it. That sounds even worse. Grab focus, continue game, .emit. Okay, what I'm thinking then is get tree paused. And right, if it's paused here, continue game, paused equals false. Pause equals true. And we can go ahead and just do true, false. We know this guy works, at least a little bit, it seems like. And then if I go ahead and hide you, and I think if I do the toggle still here, it's still gonna break, if I recall. That by itself is a bug. All things lead back to bugs. There is no gambling. Let's go gambling. Oh man. False, true. False, game state. I see. You can see it's not changing game state, which is interesting. It's not pausing the game. And it's working. But then we get into the game, right? And then if we try to do the toggles, it works here. True, false, true, false, true, false. Okay. We go back into the main menu. It's now true, or now it's false, right? And then false, true. Huh? Okay. Well, we know the issue is that something happens when we go back in the menu, right? Better call it the Necrotype bug and then give up. Or Necrobug Cafe. We don't give up around here, right? We keep going, at least for a little bit. Sometimes giving up is okay. But not in this case. We pursue, we go forward. If it's in game, or if it's paused, get tree paused equals false. Okay, if it's in game, or if it's utility, utility dot game state underscore dot main menu, menu. I think I called it in menu. That might work. That might fix it. Because if we're in the menu, then we don't need to pause it. I think that might fix it. I'm gonna give that a go. And to solve all bugs, just press Alt F4. Can't have any bugs if your game's not open. And is a button press being registered twice between menu and pause state? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking something's not changing between each two. For example, it's false, right? False, true, false, true. That makes sense. And, oh, not visible. True, false, true. Okay, we go back into the game. Right now it's true. When we go back into here, I think, no, it says, okay, it's still set to true right now, is what it's saying. It has not been set to false, right? And additionally, if statements for this edge case make sense, actually. Got ya, okay, yeah. I feel like something's gotta happen. Maybe when we swap over to the menu, we automatically set the game state not to pause. Actually, that's a good idea. If this doesn't work, I think that's what we have to do. On ready, we set the game mode to pause equal to false. So it's false, true, and now I can't press buttons. Yeah, okay. I think that is a good idea. Or at the very least, what I think we have to do is in here, when the game loads, we set the game state pause to false in here. On ready, when the scene is loaded, we set it to false. And then we print the game state. This should hopefully work, I think. Every time we reopen the main menu, the game state should be reset to false, possibly. And projects should have a current bug counter. If it reaches 10, you have to start another project. This is the only way to learn. Trial by fire. I want to see if this works. Right now it says game state false, right? False. And it shouldn't change it. Yeah, false. Okay. False. True, false. Okay. Okay. Huh. But now it's not saying, huh, okay. Levels here, false. It's not printing anymore, but I can't hear the thing, right? Which is weird. I can hear it, can't hear it, can't hear it, okay. We go back to the main menu. Oh, that's why it wasn't printing. My computer just paused. That's it, the computer itself decided, I'm not gonna print. It should be good now. True. Game state's false. True. Yeah, okay. Something's toggling when we're doing it. Yeah, start while debugging? Yeah. I thought I did mute it. Thanks for letting me know. And I think what would work, if we set it to true, what we can do is say if current game state, unless Godot closes. But thanks for letting me know, Toak. Yeah, I try to remember to click mute, as having those two overlap is a lot. That is sensory overload, and I don't like it either. What I'm thinking is, we have that if statement you were talking about, twin opinion, right? Where in here, if game state, if current game state, no, this only does it if the game state is in game. So how is it being set to true if the game state is in menu? What if we do utility.gameState or current game state, right? Current game state, where do we find that out at? If we do current game state, utility dot current game state equals utility.gameState equals in menu. There we go. I think that helps. And then I click play. Godot be like, goodbye. Actually, not even goodbye. No. It just collapses. It decides, not today, not ever. That is Godot. And we're going one step forward and two steps back with this one. Give it a second to boil a little bit. I think this will fix it though. If we go back into the levels, we go back into 4, right? Game state false, true, okay, false, true, false. Okay, we go back into main menu. It's now false. It shouldn't go back to true because the game state right now is menu. False. Okay. True. False. Now I get to spam it a lot. Okay. I think it's fixed. False. True. Okay. Wonderful. That ends that. Which means we can go forward. Great. We have now moved 2 steps forward and 1 step back. So correction. Just a smidge. Let me go ahead and save this in my, what is it called? GitHub, to make sure that we don't, everything doesn't come crumbling down. But we did it. Let's go ahead and do back in my changes. I want to make sure I commit this so that if I ever make a mistake in the future, we have a save. And let's see, audio bus working, AUDIO bus functional, FUCTIONAL. There we go. Wonderful. And take a victory lap. Exactly. Woo. They're well worth it. Not too bad. I mean, start at 1, so it's been about 3 hours. Right? No, hold on, no. Start at 1, it's been 2 hours. There we go. And let's see. 1 step forward, 2 steps, Godot crashes. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, the good news is now, though, that we have the audio working and the, the metronome now can be detected and changed, which is what we wanted. I'll go ahead and also get rid of these guys now that they have a print. Today, as that's covered, when we remove that cover, go ahead and use you and get rid of you guys. Okay. Oops, false. There we go. And let me also update it again. Oh, actually, Control-Shift-F, bug. Forward, match case, where are we at? Find. There we go. Audio level not working with sliders? Not anymore. This guy can get rid of. There we go. Lovely. Which means all current bugs that I know of are deleted, are gone. They're solved, which is great. But we now have a clean slate. Let me go ahead and save you. Extra, hooray. Save and commit. Wonderful. And those prints were actually part of why it worked. The prints were integral. I remember watching, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, I remember watching. I don't remember the specifics, but there was something, it was a compilation of just programming comments. And for one of them, the programmer said, if you unmute this comment, or if you mute this, or if something, if you mute this print, it might have been a print, it crashed. And we will find more bugs soon, don't worry. Oh yeah. Let me at least savor bugs being fixed. Let me have this moment. I don't get too many. Not many at all. It's just a nice moment to just breathe. And then we immediately get more pain. Right now, it's fine. We're all good. Okay, saying all of that though, no more bugs for right now. Fix current bugs. That's been checked off. Where does that leave us? These guys here. We can go ahead and erase you and you. These were I considered very easy. We could truthfully knock those out, and it is undo, or redo, erase, and erase. These 2 should be easy enough to do. This one specifically, I'll cross out since that one is just a matter of copying and pasting a lot of everything. Let's work on this one next. This one should be easy to do knockout, hopefully. Fingers crossed, we'll see. And yeah, if you delete this comment, apparently it crashes. Don't delete this comment. Yeah, it was something along the lines of that. And doing, fix current bugs. To do, add more bugs. We seek to remove as many as we can. And how to get a heart attack tutorial. Step 1, make 5 of the world's strongest coffees. Step 2, drink all at once. Thanks for watching. Coffee does do that to a person, doesn't it? Let's get some coffee, as I say as I'm holding coffee. Not warm anymore, but it's still tasty. Alrighty, the next thing I wanted to do was this here. Level lock available. Oh, thank you for the hearts. Level lock available flavors to select a menu. What does this mean? It basically means, if we go back into Godot here, and I'm hoping it'll be quick to fix, fingers crossed, and it's like the coconut PNG from TF2. I haven't heard the stories of that one, but I can only imagine. TF2 is something else in its entirety, but the little hearts are so cute. Alrighty, saying that, what I mean by what's up next is if I go, oh, hold on, main menu, levels here. If we go into Sweet Cookies, you can see in our Spellbook how there's only sweet and cookies unlocked, right? These are the only two. And don't you commit after the fix? Yep, I committed. And are you using Git? I am using Git. Yep. I'm using Git in Visual Studio and Extreme Game Dev. Oh, music, hold on. There we go. Actually, we can beat the whole game. If I do this, there we go. Far better, right? There we go. And by talking about TF2, they uploaded the last comment after 5 years or 11. You think, oh, that's good. Well, TF2 was always it's also an inspiration. It makes me think about Overwatch and its game design. But if you can see on here, the tab, these are the only two things in the level, right? We have sweet and we have cookie. These should be the only things you should be able to craft. However, if we go in here, we have sweet, bitter, memory, and we have sweet, bitter, memory, and we have all of these things. We don't want those things to be available to cook. What we want is these options to be changed every time we do a different level. The only things we want on here is cookie and none, and we want sweet on here. Those should be the only two options, but everything else is here. Memory should always be an option, I think. That's fine, but when we add more flavors, I want a way to have the menus automatically update depending on what flavors you have unlocked. So when I add more flavors, I won't have to go back and edit them for each one. So it'll just follow whatever's unlocked here, plus memory. It's the goal for this one. And to do this, I don't think it should be too tricky. If I go ahead and hide this here, I can bring you into the code where we do update all of these things. I can go ahead and close where the manager, audio, all of these screens, that's all good to go. If we go back into Cafe here, or actually no, if we go into the book, that's where we need to go. This scene here where we have the book, it is under our spellcasting menu, which is on the left side. I can go ahead and close the checklist. It is the flavor custom, this one. This is here. This spell generator is the guy responsible for all of the menus, for all of the selecting. And in here, we can go here. I'll go ahead and close you, close other tabs, yep. In here, we have the first flavor button, second flavor button. And right now, the flavor buttons are automatically added. And I need to have a way for this not to be the case. I want to be able to have a way to automatically say, all right, what's in this current menu? Okay, let's do it this way then. And that shouldn't be, I say, too painful, quote unquote, but we'll see. What I do need to do is what I'm thinking is, as this has a spell screen and umbrella manager, we need a way or a function to say, make these buttons or make these options. And that's how we can kind of do it from there, is what I'm thinking. However, I think that might be a little bit tricky. I say, let's give it a second to load and then we can see, as the idea behind it, and I'm wondering how I implement the buttons as well. We'll see. And we're talking, oh no, if you look at Discord and go to art, you'll see creation fancy guys. I can take a look at it at the end of stream. I can give it a good old look. And Godot's frozen, so I'll get some water and then check and see if Godot decides, you know what, I accept defeat. That's the only option here, Godot. Water. And let's see. Is it good to go? Nope. Alright, Godot. Godot seems to be having a very especially moody day today, it seems. Which is fine, we all have our days. It's not in the Christmas spirit, which is fine. Not even in the holiday spirit, which is also fine. You don't have to be in the spirit. You know what? It's a jolly time, I'd say. I'll reopen Godot here. And what I'm curious about in our book, in our spellcasting menu, is how the flavors are selected. For example, you can see each has an ID. It's none, sweet, bitter, and the IDs are these numbers up here. They have the 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. And what I'm thinking is we can use this as an enum. In my clickbook, I think that's where I'm keeping all of my spells at. In here? Yeah. For example, we have our none, sweet, bitter, memory. And our flavors, what do we have it ordered as? None, sweet, bitter, memory. I'm thinking it might work. We just have to set the ID to the enum value. And what I'm thinking is we can take the values, or up here, you can see at least current level data. And how level data works is it's a resource. And each level can be customized with this data. That's how I can set if I want cookies enabled, if I want bitter flavor enabled, and so on and so forth. And you get level products and level flavors. What we want is to get this data here for each of the things that we have for both products and flavors. And we want to update it depending on what we get. And let's see, after confirming on the meme, the two devs, Team T, had a conversation that went like, why is there a coconut JPG there? But I tried moving it, the game won't work. That sounds about as much as I think it would go. Sometimes you just don't question things in game dev. You just let them be. It's not the nicest thing to do, but at that point it's a thing of, well, what else can you do? There's not ever too much you can do, it feels like. What we can have happen up here is in our book, I'm thinking we can take that spell generator or something of the sorts, and let's see, spell generator, spell menu. I mean, this should be fine. I think what we can do is in our spell select screen, we should already have the level selected since it's in the globals, which is it's updated in the globals. But what I should be able to do is have a func, and on my ready func, ready? I should be able to print, for example, cookbook dot, current level dot, and then I can do level, it should be unlocked or something like that. Level flavors, that works, I think. And the level flavors should only be sweet, for example, so I should see 1 when I click play and everything. Let's check that out. And let me go ahead and mute this guy as well. All right, what we should see in our print screen when I click play, if I go ahead and go back here. Oh, hold on, the screen isn't showing. I make sure it's this screen here. There we go. Should we get to go? Okay. If we go back into here and go into levels, we should see a 1 printed in this one. We don't. Okay. Level flavors on base object of type no. Okay. I think then maybe I have a signal printed for when it's done. If I go back into our book, I think I have a signal emitted. If we check, oh, I hit the wrong thing. Hit the wrong thing again. There we go. 100%. Let's see. If I go into the book here, into the, okay. I'm gonna make sure the formatting is okay. Up here in our ready function, where are we at? Ready function, book. Where are we at? Player open book. Nope. These are all the other functions. And already, here we go. Utility, do spawn ghost, customer served. Nope. We were looking for emit. And where's that at? Sign tabs, emit. Nope, we don't have an emit here, which is okay. In that case, what we have to do is have a function tell the, the spell select menu that, hey, we can do the thing. So let's see. If I go ahead and say, back here, it would be something like initialize is how I would type it out. For example, it would be initialize INITIANALIZE. That does not look right. Hold on. If I go and just double check with the spelling on that one, gonna need a check. INITIALIZE. INITIO. Ah, there's no L. I mean N. TIALIZE. I mean, I could just do dot init too, but I feel like initialize or dot set would be a little bit better. So yeah, how about that? Or set create. I think set works a little bit better. It's easier to spell too. Let's do that one. Let's do spell select screen dot set. I think would be a good function to run. Something like that. And that way we know for sure everything. And you're the first YouTuber that you're watching live more than 2 hours? Oh, how sweet. I'm glad it's been as entertaining to watch. That's always nice to hear. That is lovely. Let's see. In this case, we set it to set so that it knows that it can now set itself. And we can go ahead back up here. And where are we at? Customer flavor product, icon, export. All of those things seem to be good and go. Yeah, okay. And then what we can do is do in our spell casting, spell select screen. Got ya. Okay. I'll do up here then our at on ready, or I don't even have to do at on ready. I can go just ahead and just do, how do I want to do this? I could either export it as a variable and have it set, or I could just make it a unique. For now, I think it's fine to do a unique name. Since this isn't getting moved out of the book, it's in the book. We can do this for now. Might be changed later. This is for now at least. So then we can do spell select screen or spell select menu dot set. But dot set isn't anything, or is this a function? Oh no, it's a function. Well, it's not good at all. And maybe the bugs we were trying to get rid of you along the way. Anyway, have to go. Good luck on Godot's merciless buns. Wish you only the jolly days to come this week, folks. Thank you for coming, Zach. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I hope you have a holly jolly holidays. I can only hope. And as for set, we can do maybe set buttons dot set buttons. How about that? Set buttons, set select, something like that. Set select, maybe. And then in our spell select menu here, now we do a function. Now we can do func dot, or not dot, select. And then here, let's move it here, void, like this. And then like this, and here. And we don't need a func ready. Hopefully now we can get that one without it crashing, since it'll already be a thing. And let's see. If I go ahead and show it up here, we go into our options, we go into, not options, we go into our levels, we go into sweet cookies. All right, level flavors on base object nil. Okay, Godot, I understand. I'm willing to accept the fact that you're not willing to cooperate, and you know, it's okay. I get it. You don't have to, but I'm going to make you. We're going to work this out together as a team, one might even call it. And good stream. Hi. Oh, hold on. Zarvix Beladia? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream, and thank you. Let's see. I'm thinking we can take the level menu. There should be a way to set it. I'm pretty sure in the cafe there's a function, not a function, but an emit that I have say, hey, we have the cafe set and everything. If I go here, and let's see, locations, no. Enable tutorial wall, no. And already it should be connect. Mon.emit. Start cafe timers. There we go. .connect. .emit. Set book pages. Here we go. It should be here, actually. That's where I'm looking for it at. So instead, we don't do spell select here. We do func. And then we go ahead and say set select, func ready. So it's underscore ready, and oh, I heard that sound. Oh, thank you for the gift memberships. Oh, sweet. Let's see, will you ever make a voice channel in your Discord? I do plan to in tomorrow, at least, I'm hoping. What is it? Yeah, next year. Right now I don't have a lot of time to manage the Discord, so I wouldn't be able to monitor the voice chat and everything. And I like to make sure those are up to par, since I don't want to have things going on without me knowing. You know, I want to be an all-seeing eye. Right now, managing chat until I can do voice chat. But I definitely do want to have a voice chat, 100%. And as I said before, thank you for the gifteds. And oh, hold on. Godot froze again. Godot didn't enjoy that. Give it a second. Welcome back, Hello. How have you been? I hope wherever you went was lovely. Yuppie. Yeah, yep. I do want to add it at some point, but not quite at the moment, because in the future, and I say this as Godot's frozen. So I'll go ahead and close and reopen it, but I do want to have it in the future, as I do want to host game jams. And that'll probably be a thing of having people work together. So voice chat's gonna be important. Having voice calls and everything will be important. Another thing I want to do in the future is have some, you had a lot of bad news today. I hope, you know, just for a while, things can be okay and be settled. What was I saying? Words are wording. Right, voice chat, voice acting. There we go. I want to play games and do some voice acting. There we go. That's what I wanted to say. So in our func ready, what we can have happen is have a utility dot connect, and then we can have dot connect, or not connect, but set select options, or set select options. Set select options. And actually I'll make this set spell select options. I feel like it's a little bit easier to understand. Options.connect. And then we'll have this here, like that. And then we can go into our utility and set everything up and connect it. And I think this will get us where we need to go. And okay, just making sure things up here are okay. So then we go here, and in our tutorial, nope, menu signals. Yep, that's where we want it at. And unmute metronome, these guys aren't little things here. There we go. And spell select options, and then in our book, here where we want to emit it, or not book, in the cafe. Here. Lovely. Set spell select options.emit. And now for sure, we know that the option is ready to select. And if we go back into our book here, we can just get rid of that. And we can also get rid of this guy here. It doesn't even need to know about the select options. So now, if I click play, we should see it say 1. Fingers crossed, let's see. I'll go ahead and mute the music. If I do here, Okay, so let's give it a go. Here we go. Bad news today though, yeah. I really do hope you get better news soon, Hollow. Let's see. If I go up here, it should now say 1. Yeah, it does. See? It says 1. That's good news. We can go ahead and close it. Unless Godot does its thing of, Godotting everywhere. But that's good news. And I'll go ahead and hide it. So now we're getting the information of what is currently available. That's great news. And okay. In our spell select then, what we can now have is we need to check for the current level flavors, and we need to check for the current product flavors. Level products. There we go. Not only that, those are the two. As again, if you remember, if we go back into our spell select menu, we have flavor and product. Those are the two we need. We need none, none's always a thing, and memory's always a thing. So here, what we need to do is go through all of the flavors that we have unlocked. If we go back into the cookbook here, you can see we have none, cake, hot cocoa, cookies, all of those things. And I think, what do we have here? Flavor to string, none, sweet, bitter. Let's make this smaller, like this, none, and then sweet. And then we can go ahead and do bitter, and then we can go ahead and do memory. That way it's smaller. And then what we can have happen is we'll go through all of these guys here and set them. So for example, in our flavor, it's items. So we have the flavor 1 button, flavor 2 item. What we can have happen then is, what I want to do is loop through flavors, and add items. And do that, let's see, for level, or for flavor in cookbook.currentLevel.level flavors. So this is for each flavor. What we can do is do flavor 1 button, flavor _ 1 button, dot items, or how do we add item? Dot add item. Label is going to be cookbook dot, let's see, dot flavor to string dot flavor to string, and then we take the flavor, and then we do comma, and the ID is going to be flavor. I think that's gonna work, possibly. And then we do that as well for flavor 2 button, like this. And then from there, what we do is we add memory. So we can go ahead and say memory is the last ID. I guess what we can do then is just add it here as its own thing. So for example, then what we can say is then for flavor 1, flavor 2, and then we add it. For now, at least that's how we can do it. We go ahead, none is by default in there. That's fine. What we need then is to have memory in there as well. We can have flavor 1 button add, and then we can do cookbook dot flavor to string, and then we have the flavor, cookbook dot flavor dot memory, and then we have the flavor, which is cookbook dot memory. And I set these as the enums in case something changes. I don't want to do strings and numbers in case something does change in the future. So for now, this is how we can do it. And then this can also be flavor 1 button, flavor 2 button. That should hopefully work. And then for our level products, we just do the same exact thing. I can go ahead and here and do this as well. And level products is a little bit easier. We don't have memory for it in our products here. If I click here, you can see cake, cookie, none, empty, cocoa. Should be fine. All we have to do then is, and I'm wondering, cocoa can be fine. I'm not sure if I want to do a specific food for the ghost or if not. But for right now, it's fine to do none in case we don't have any products added. So for right now, this is fine. And then what we can do is do not flavor to string, but product to string, like this. And then we have the product before product and cookbook current levels dot product level products, like this. And then we have the level product. This is more than fine. And this should work, I think. Oh, product button. Here we go. Product button, like that. And let's see, level products. Oops. Cookbook dot product to string level product. There we go. And did you learn Python? Nope. I've never learned Python before, but I've been told that GDScript is similar to Python. The only code that I know, or that I was taught officially in, was C++. And then from there, I learned GDScript. And it's kind of the thing of once you know one coding language, you kind of know all of them. So what's nice at the very least is that I can transfer that language that I do know into this, which is pretty nice and simple. It hasn't been too bad of a change. It's pretty intuitive, if I do say so. Level products. Oops, there we go. That's what I'm missing. Right? Yeah, okay. And then hopefully what I should be able to do is just delete all of these guys. Like this, none. And then in our flavor 2, I can also delete it. Like this, none, bitter. All of these guys can get deleted. And the buttons will get added depending on the level. So hopefully now, when I click play and everything, we should see only sweet show up. If I go ahead and show this here, if we go into levels, we'll go into just the sweet level. And then in here, we have 2 show ups. I'm curious to see, oh, not 2 show off, but 1 is the sweet and 2, I think, is the cookie. So the only options we should have is none, sweet, and memory for the flavors. And then for the foods, it should be none and cookie. So if we go in here, let's see, what do we have? None, good. None, sweet, memory, good. And none, sweet, memory, and then none and cookie. Lovely, it's working. Well, that solves that. And so I said, I think I know how to do it. I'm not sure if I did know how to do it. I say it's gonna close us. But I thought that would be one we could knock out. And I was right, which is great. It was something on the to-do list that I didn't do quite yet. So I'm glad we can get it done. I'll go back into concepts since that's all good to go. And while we're in here in concepts, let me also make sure it's committed and changed. And I can go ahead and say, oh, before actually, let me also make sure I get rid of the print in here. Like this. And do this. Just so we can save it this way. Like that. Okay, lovely. And in that case, now I should be able to add changes and stage changes. And now, what do we call it? What did I call it here? I can check. In here, it's called level lock. Level lock flavors. Level lock flavors. 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 Lovely. And this is closed. Let me reopen it here since it was retracted. And then I can commit. And good. Okay. Everything's saved. We're good. If Godot happens to decide to delete itself today, I'll be okay. Now, if Git does the same, not so much. I think once I do finish the prototype, I'm just gonna download the project and zip it so that even if Git does somehow go offline or something of the sorts, I'll have a backup of a backup, just in case my initial backup doesn't work. As I think at least having 2 backups, 2 lines of backups is a good idea. Let me get some coffee. Okay. And I feel like I haven't seen that name before. Daniel F. Faraz, Real Animation Learning. Hi, welcome. Hello, I was watching the stream yesterday, but you didn't say anything because you were working. You really like the animation of the little witch? Thank you, I'm glad you do. I hope to have a lot of cute animations in the game to make it, I always like for games that are charming. One of my inspirations is Undertale, and I feel like it's a very charming game. Stardew Valley too. So I'm glad I was able to have that in there. And your game just crushed your Google? Interesting. Which one? The Starry Sky Scramble or the prototype for the typing? But thank you all the same, Daniel. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's the hope overall, is to slowly get better and slowly change things, but not go too fast. I don't know what I'm doing. With all of that said, though, we can go ahead and cross this guy off as well. Well, that's done. That's all good to go. Sound effects like customers and ghosts. I mean, hold on. Let me do green since it's something we completed, right? A little bit better and slowly. Exactly. Yep. And prototype, but steady. Yeah, slow but steady wins the race. That's why I am fine changing the release date. Initially, I thought I could get the game done by the end of the year. as you can see, that's not happening. So the next goal is maybe I can get the prototype done by the end of the year. And if all's well as well, I mean, we have this, and that's it, I think. This is art. That art bug, this is not really a bug. This is a to-do. Don't even look at that one. All I would need to do is do the pixel art for the customers and for the characters, finish those up, then we'll be good. So as it stands, we have these three to do. These three, and then it's good. So we'll see. Audio adds sound effects like customer spawning and ghost leaving. Not too bad. Audio, rhythm, tempo, audio C delayed, okay. And the last one, fleshed out all spell combinations. That one again, not too bad. I just have to copy and paste a lot of things. So I mean, how about we do that? We can. Necrotype Cafe prototype go brr. Indeed. We can do this one. How about we do this one? It's slow but surely. Since we have like an hour and 30 minutes, we might be able to knock out all of these. We'll see. Let's go ahead and, how can we do that? A lot of these are just editing and audio, but I mean, that is game dev, isn't it? A lot of this stuff isn't programming. That's why I tried to save it for last. So since it's here, and we're still here, let's do it. Let's start out with the flesh out all spell combinations. And I guess it gives me a chance to show off some of my structure of my programming. I'll take it. And actually go true, false, true, and true, false. All of the things, everything. If I go back into here, into next up, what we can do is quickly flesh out all of these spell combinations. What does that mean? If I go into here, what is it at? It is the spell here. What I have is a JSON file for all of the spells here. And that is how all the spells are being made. And right now, a lot of this is prototyping. And the thing is, for the prototype, this is okay, but we need actual spell stuff. And I believe it was Escobar who recommended it. And I think it would be fun to have the jabberwocking for some temporary words. We could do and copy and paste some of these jabberwocky quotes as the spellcasting to give it a little bit of life. It's a little bit of copying and pasting in that regard. And I can read this through for a second so you can get a chance. And okay, I did read that. This is the best game dev stream ever. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And BRB? Sure. With all that said, let's flesh out this part of the programming. I think that would be nice. How it works is it goes through each part of the data and it parses it. I say parse. It does parse. Parse means to go through it, right? To go through it, digest it, understand what it's doing. In my spell manager here, I think it is, yeah. In the spell manager, it goes through the JSON and it takes everything. Let's see. Here we go. Flavor chart. It takes all the flavors and it also takes all of the initialization. We take all the spell data and the flavor charts. This is how I add flavors, and I wanted this to be a really dynamic part of the programming, as once I start adding more flavors and more spells, it's gonna get very crazy very quickly. So I wanted a way to keep everything on track and organize it, and I'm doing that through Google. And I will show that to you. For those that are curious, I think it would be helpful, as I was trying to figure this out myself, and I almost looked into getting a program for it, but you don't need a program, you just need Google Docs, and it makes it nice and easy. Let me go ahead and open that up. If I go ahead and close these tabs, I then go to Google, I can show you what I mean. If I go into my Google here, go into my Sheets, and right now all of the data is being held with Google Sheets. So we're all good to go in that regard. And if I go into my spell list here, we should be good to go. Okay. And then if I go here into studio mode, and I go into where we're at, view here, and then I go ahead and do you here, and I set you to you here, and yeah, I'm setting it up right now so I can bring you to the screen. No worries, I'm getting there. You'll see in 1 second. Don't you worry. I'm just setting it up so I can show you. If I edit this, I make it a little bit smaller to make it a little nicer to see on screen here. Okay, you should be good to go. Now I can show you. I was slowly but surely getting there. Give me a second. I wasn't sure we'd get to this part of the stream, so I'm glad we're making progress fast. And I think it's because all of the bugs weren't even bugs. Okay, wait, yeah, just give it a second. All right, so I can now bring you into here. And I'll close this guy here. And now we are in the spell menu. Transition. So this is how I am currently keeping all of the data. You can see here, oops, not this. Hold on. Here. This is how the spells are being kept. You have the product or the ID, which is the number for the spell. You have the product itself, which right now is cake and cookie. And let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see hopefully. And then you have verse 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's how everything is currently. And for as you can see right now, all of these are cake. Some of them are cookie. What we need to do is go through each of these and set one for that. Set it so that there's one for sweet bitter. There's at least one for each combination. As right now, if I set it for a combination I don't have, for example, if I don't have one for sweet sweet, then that means it'll just crash. That's what it'll do. It right now crashes. I needed to flesh everything out. And right now, I was saying before how I compared the flavor chart to a Pokemon chart, and this is what I mean, where we have a combination up top and a combination on the bottom. So kind of like a multiplication table. There's sweet combination of sweet sweet. We have sweet bitter for sweet bitter, and then we have sweet memory. And all of these are different combinations you can get. And the idea behind it is that, say I want to add one for pyromancer. So if I want to add one for spicy, all I have to do is add it here, and then I can add it for sweet bitter, memory, bitter bitter, and all of it can get fleshed out in an organized way that's not in Godot itself. And I think I did see some, plugins for this, but right now this is how I have it set up. Let's go ahead and add all of these guys here. Right now, this is good to go, but we don't have memory in here. What we need to do is add memory, and sweet memory, and that shouldn't be too painful to do. And do you know about Castle Crashers? You've heard of it before, at the very least. Okay, so we have sweet bitter, we have bitter bitter, we have sweet bitter. I've kind of just added for sweet, I think is how I have it set up. Yeah, we have sweet bitter, bitter bitter. So sweet bitter, bitter bitter, we need to add sweet memory. Yeah, sweet memory, sweet memory. We need to add one, and it's kind of hard to see on here. My body's in the way. So maybe if I move myself, hold on. If I move myself over here for a second, and I move you all, hold on, over here for a second. How about up here? That'll work. Oh, how about that? There we go. And nice. All right. Well, saying that, we have sweet memory. We have memory, M-E-M-O-R-Y, M-E-M-O-R-Y, memory, and then we have bitter memory, I-T-T-E-R, M-E-M-O-R-Y. That should be all of them. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's enough. We have sweet bitter, and then if we go in here, I believe that is 6. We have sweet, 1, 2, 3. We have, let's see, sweet memory, bitter memory. Yeah, okay. I think that's 6, right? I don't think I'm missing one. We have mixture of sweet, bitter, sweet. There should be 3 sweets. Yeah, sweet, sweet, bitter, and then sweet memory. Hold on, I heard that sound. Rock? Is that how you say it, or rook? Rock? Thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. I hope I said it right. Let me know if not. And locked in, locked in, and welcome, Frog. Welcome to stream as well. Hi. Of course. And saying all of that, I think we're good to go. I want to do the same colors here to keep everything similar. So sweet's kind of bright pink. We have none, which is good. That's the base one. Sweet memory is a kind of purplish color here that we have. Very bright purple, it seems like. Or, let's see, more so of a hue of this, right? Kind of for sweet memory. Then we have memory, which is a lighter purple. And then we have bitter memory, which is a really dark purple, something like that. And I think that's all that we have. I don't have bitter memory or bitter sweet. It's just sweet bitter. Only one of them. Or yeah, sweet bitter. We have bitter, which is here, and bitter memory. Okay. Apply to all. All right. Now we go back here. What we can do is get rid of, or at the very least, I want to save these guys. Right now we're just making something temporary, so I'll just duplicate it so we can have this, and then I'll go ahead and delete it. And then what we can do is have sweet bitter. That's okay. We have, let's start off from the top to bottom. I think that'll make things a little bit easier. So we have sweet, we have sweet bitter, and then we have, let's see, bitter, where are we at? Bitter, and then we have, actually, I think this would be better. Sweet, bitter, sweet bitter, we have sweet memory, we have memory, bitter memory. Those are the current flavor combinations at the moment, and all of them are cake, which makes sense. And then what we can do is go ahead and copy all of you guys, paste. This would be deleted, and I think I can just extend this, if I can remember. No. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'll do 6. I know there's a way to do it. I'm not sure how to do it. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. Right now. And then all of these guys can get deleted as well. So we can go ahead and do delete you guys. And then you are getting moved to cookie. And I should just be able to do this. Yep. Now the goal is to have one for each flavor combination. And then what we now need is our mixture. Well, if I put all of these guys in here, then we'll have that in our verses. So that should be good to go. And let's see, are you planning on stuff like, yes, I am. I'm not sure. The idea behind it is that each wizard corresponds to a flavor. So for example, your necromancers are your bitter flavor, your ghosts are your memory, and your sweet flavor are your medimancers that we made up, which are your healing wizards. So if you can figure out a flavor or a wizard that would fit sour and a wizard that would fit salty, that'd be fun. I do want to have a stream where we just come up with ideas like that. Right now we have, or at least I can think of, cryomancer. So your ice wizards are going to be minty, and then your pyromancers are going to be spicy. I imagine a spicy bitter cake or something like that. I feel like that could be a lot of fun. Oh, you know what we are missing? We're missing cocoa. Let's go ahead and add that as an option. And what color should we do for cocoa? Maybe yellow, and then cocoa, like that. I think I call it cocoa. Let me double check. C-O-C-O-A. And what do we have here? Cocoa? Let me double check. Spell list, C-O-C-O-A is what I'm looking for. Yep, it's C-O-C-O-A. Wonderful, okay. In that sense, we're good, done. And then apply to all, good. And then what we can do is just go ahead and copy and go ahead and paste. And now this is 11, this is 12, and I'm sure there's a way to do it. I'm not sure how to just extend it naturally. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There we go. 17. All right. And all of this is, let's see. It starts off at bitter memory. So down here, we can go ahead and get rid of you guys. Switch you over to Cocoa here. And then Cocoa gets dragged down. There we go. These are all the current flavors and combinations we have. And I like how I don't have to look at everything. It's just right here instead of, for example, on Godot in some printed form. So once I export this, I can just put it into Godot and it will understand it because I programmed it to understand it. So I don't have to do any of the work, which is lovely. Now we have to fill these guys in. And I think it was yesterday, or no, it might have been on Friday. Escobar, someone who watches stream, as part of the community, recommended we use this poem. And we will. It is from, I believe, Alice in Wonderland. And I think it'll serve a purpose as just some copy and paste. So I'll go through it first and I'll read it to you. As it's some silly made up words that I think could be fun as just poemy words. Since it's the prototype, it's a lot of just temporary things we're adding. And I thought, you know what, it's a fun idea to just have this in here for now. With all of that said, let me see if I can get through this. 'Twas grilling in the slithy toves, did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borgos, and the moan wraths outgrabe. Beware the beware the jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the jub-jub bird and the shun, the frumptious bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the maximum foe he sought. So rested he by the tum-tum tree, and stood awhile in thought. And as if a fish thought he stood, the jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffing through the tungled wood and burbled as a king. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through, the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went glomping back. And hast thou slain the jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. O frabjous day, kahuli, kakay. He chortled in his joy. 'Twas bright, and the slithy stoves did gyre and gibble in the wave. All mimsy were the borgos, all in the moth wraths outgave. And the mome wraths outgrave. There we go. What did you think? Alchemy uses a lot of snails, so they might be the salty ones. We could. Salt, sour, bitter, sweet, spicy. Yeah, those are kind of the ones that we have at the moment. Let's see. Salt, sour, okay. Salt, sour, bitter. Yep. And alchemy uses a lot of salts, so maybe they might be the salty ones. Maybe. That could be a good idea. Maybe an alchemist wizard. That'd be fun. We gotta figure out the colors for each of them as well. But alchemist could work. I wanted to do omancy, but I mean, alchemist could be fun. Then next up is taking all of this, and we're gonna put it into these here, all of these. And they kind of mix and match, copy and paste. And then all the spells will be fleshed out. Oh, I do have it up here. I have it on this second screen. And we can go ahead and add it here. Now the idea is that it's not too long, and that was something I realized before. So for example, we might have "'twas brilling end, the slippy stoves," like this here, as I'm not sure how long I want the poems to be. So for right now, this works. And let's see, "did Grier and Gimble," and then "in the wabe," like this. Something like that is the way we can have it written. And then "all mimsy were," let's see, "all mimsy were the Borogos," see, and the mome, oh, hold on, and the mome, oh, that's a space. But that's the thing, this here would mess you up a little bit, I think. But the good news is, because I don't have space included, it's not too bad. And let's see, does this have a space? Nope, we're good, okay. "And the mome, wraths of Grabe," here we go. And then we have "beware the Jabberwock." There we go. "Beware the Jabberwock." Or how about this? "Beware the Jabberwock, my son." Jabberwock. Yeah, Jabberwock, my son. And then we have the jaws that... Oh, hold on. The jaws that... Trying to keep it to 3 words, just about each. The jaws that bite. There we go. Jaws that bite. The claws. How about that? And then we have that catch. How about this? That catch. Let's see, "beware the juju." Let's see, "where the juju beads that catch." Bird and shun. Here we go. Then we have here the frumptious. The frumptious. And then we have Bandersnatch. Here we go. We then have "he took his vorpal." He took his vorpal sword in hand. Vorpal sword. And then in hand. Yes. Yes. Like this. And then here. And then we have "long time the," like this. Oh, hold on. "long time the maximum foe he," like this. He. Like that. And then we have "thought" here. And then we have "so rested." Let's add a comma here. Comma, "so rested." "He by the tum-tum." Let's see. Oh, did I lag? Okay, we're good. "He by the tum-tum tree." I'll copy this, paste it in here. "He by the tum-tum tree, and stood a while." Oh, hold on. Copy. "And stood a while here, and stood a while in thought." Period. Okay? And then we can go ahead and do "and as if Ush's thought." Here. And see, "thought he stood here." Then we have the Jabberwock here. And then we have "with eyes of flame." Okay? The Jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffing. Let's see. Here. "Through the tumbly wood." Through the... And let's have "through the ugly wood" here. Like that. 1, 2. Let's actually do 1, 2 here. I think could be fun. 1, 2, 1, 2. And through. And through. And through. Here. Hold on. And through. And let's see. Vorpal blade. Here. And we can go ahead and say he... Tugly wood. Tugly wood through the tugly wood. How about bite the claws here? We can just copy and paste that one. And let's see. The Vorpal blades. What's Snickersnacker? When Snickersnacker, he left it. And then, hold on. He left it here. He left it dead. There we go. He left it dead. And then, and with its head, and with its, here we go. And with its head, comma, and with its head, comma, oops. And with its, comma. And then head, comma. We have he went. head, comma, he went. And then glomping. Glomping. How about that? Glomping back. There we go. Something like that, I think, would be fun. If you make the sour spicy, do a copy of Take's. Because sour spicy is going to come way later once the prototype's done. So I don't know if I'll do prototype words, but for right now, we just have sweet and bitter as the 2 options. But I definitely do want to do spicy and sour, yeah. And you gotta get going. See you later. Thank you for coming, Batol. I think I said that right? Thank you. And you heard there's a Mexican hot chocolate that's spicy and sweet. Ooh, that sounds like fun. I definitely do want to do foods that are in real life a little bit. For example, I want to do lava cake for sweet and spicy. As for the Pyromancer, and hast thou slain thee, Jabberwock. Period. And then come to my arms. And like that. Come to. There we go. Come to. And then my arms. My beamish boy. My boy. Here, my beamish boy. And then, oh, Rabugus Day. And then, Kahuli. There we go. Kahuli. There. Kahuli. Let's also do Kahuli here. Kalalei. Like this. Here. And then, let's see. He chortled in thought. He chortled. Here. Chortled in his joy. Here. Oh, copy. It'll let me. Copy. In his joy. Copy. And then was brilling. Copy. Here was brilling. And the slithy toes. And the slithy toes. Oh, I see. Alright, that's fine. Sweet memory, though. Okay. Let's move this down here, since it's memory. And make it so that's not too similar as the other one. Let's move you here. I want to move you down. Like that. Nope. Okay, never mind. You get moved here. And, oh, I heard a sound. Hold on. What was that sound? From Tom W. on YouTube. Thank you for the subscription, and welcome to stream. Welcome to a poetry of the finest order. Let's see. The Gimbal and Geyer in the Wabe. And we can kind of, for these last ones, just copy and paste. Let's see. 1, 2. Let's see. He do in hand. He by the 1, 2 in hand. And let's see. He left it. How about that? And then for bitter memory, let's see. Let's see, sweet. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's copy Almimsy, or how about Geyer and Gimbal? How about Geyer and Gimbal in the Wabe, like that. In the Wabe. You don't mind bitter food? You hate bitter? Really? You'd say sweet bitter cake can be dark chocolate? Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, like a dark chocolate cake sounds delicious. And bitter foods? I mean, I drink coffee, and I don't drink, what is it? I drink black coffee from time to time. Sometimes a little bit of sugar. It's not too bad. And it's gonna be things like hot cocoa, like we have here, cocoa, other foods, just cafe feels. So I don't mind bitter. Bitter's okay. Dark chocolate's really good as well. Dark chocolate with just a little bit of sugar. Just not a little bit of sugar in the sense, just a smidge to, better add a little bit by the tum-tum. There we go. All right, now that that's exported, all I have to do now is export this. Let's see, where are we at? Download, and I download this as, oops, I forget. Oh, CVS, there we go. And I can bring you back into Godot. And now all I have to do is I take the CVS and I move it over to a JavaScript, or CVS to JavaScript, CVS to JavaScript, or JSON, like this. And then I just drag and drop it into here, CVS to JSON. I go ahead and choose the file, CVS to JSON, convert, download. And then from there, all I have to do is rename this guy. I go ahead and delete you. I go back into here. This is called the spell list JSON. We go here. I can go ahead and remove this, and it is called spell list. All I have to do now is just rename this to spell list, like this. And then in our manager, we can go ahead and grab and drop. And then you look at that. Our spell list is now translated, all of those guys. And have you had spicy ginger tea? I think so. I definitely have had ginger snaps. Not ginger snaps. I have had ginger snaps, but the crystallized ginger. That's pretty spicy. So if the whole program is working correctly, if I click play, it shouldn't crash. We should get things and stuff. Stuff and things. As hopefully, the way I made it, all I have to do is just put it in the Google Doc, or the Google Sheets, and the spell should work. So if I go into here, and we just quickly make our way downtown, walk a little fast, and go here, what do we have? If I go ahead and click on our sweet, and go ahead and do cookie, look at that. And now the spells are good. So that's checked off the list. Now we have spells for every single one. Now it shouldn't crash. We have sweet, we have sweet memory cookie. If I go ahead and regenerate this, we have memory cookie, all of these. Now, granted, only one spell for each, so we might want to go back and redo some of these. But for the most part, it's good to go. As for example, this is the only memory cookie. I might do 2 of them, depending on, for example, if it's the level of the cookie and it's just sweet cookie back to back, it's the same exact spell over and over again. So actually, yeah, let's randomize it a little bit, make it less this, I think would be helpful. So if we go back into here and we go back into our spell list, let's duplicate these guys a little bit to give more variety. If I go back into Godot, where are we at? In not Godot, in you. Here? Where's another place I guess we could take it from? Just in case we want to add more. I don't want to have, probably 3 we want to do, I'd say maybe. Because again, if we have sweet cake, this is the only sweet cake that's going to show up. The only one. So maybe, let's see, maybe another poem we can do. P-U-B-L-I-C-M-I-N, poem. Let's see. What can we do? What other poem can we have? Public domain poem. How about this? I mean, there's this one called a jellyfish. If you have any poems you can suggest that are poem domain, I'll take them. I'll see them. I'll look at them. This one's about Christmas. Public domain. How about public domain Dr. Seuss? Are there any Dr. Seuss poems that are public domain? Let's see. There is not. Oh, there's this one called The Ruckus. How about that one? I go ahead and click paste. The Ruckus poem. P-O-E-M. Okay, let's see. The Ruckus poem. Here we go. How does this look? The Ruckus. Okay. This works. And I just want to go through and do this again, or at least mix it up a little bit so it's not too similar. For example, what we can do, at least for now, is not have them be... Well, actually, let's just mix them up, I think. I think that'll work a little bit better. For example, Ode to My Socks is a fun poem. Here, let's see. O-D-E to my socks. Ode to my socks. E-U-B-L-C-C-U-M-A-I-N. Let's see. Here we are. Oh, this could work, yeah. Let's try this one. I'll go ahead and delete it here. We have all of these guys. We'll just copy it. We're adding more. We're filling everything up so that it's a little bit of variety in what you're writing. Let's see. And this guy also needs to be deleted. These guys need to be extended. I'll figure out how to do the numbers. I can't keep typing all the numbers here. Let's see. Sweet cake. Maru Mori brought me. About Maru Mori brought me. And then me a pair. Me a pair. P-A-I-R. Pair of socks. Let's see. Me a pair of socks. Which she knitted. There we go. Which she knitted. And then I slipped my feet into them like this. Feet into them. Oh, hold on. Feet into them. Say as though into. And then 2 case knitted. 2 case knitted. Okay. And then with threads of twilight and goat skin. Interesting. With threads of twilight and goat skin. Violent socks. Violent socks. There we go. What is this poem about? I'm curious. Ode to my socks. Let's see. My feet were 2 fish made of wool. 2 long socks. There we go. 2 long sharks. I see. Okay. 2 long sharks. The blue shot. Through by 1 golden by 1. Through by 1. Oops. I guess. Through comma, by 1. Golden thread. GLDN, thread. Golden thread. 2. 2 immense. IMMENSE. 2 cannons. My feet were like this. My feet were, and then let's see, in this way, by these. And we can kind of, as well, mix these up, I think could be good. For example, maybe, let's keep going through. We're almost done. Let's see, Au clair de la lune might be good, but it's French. I mean, we can add a little bit in there. And cookies, you remember how you have some BRB? Sure. Let's also add that one, I think, Smudge. I think that'd be fine. Let's see. Au clair de la lune. Public domain, right? Public domain. Let's see. Is French folk song considered to be public domain? It's not subject. Okay, it's a song. Interesting. Okay, this is more than fine. Au clair de la lune. There we go. I'll grab that one as well. I think that could be fun as well. Or maybe not, I don't know. If we do, because I do want to have translation for the game, for example, and as I'm saying this, let me continue copying and pasting. While I do want to have it be multiple languages, do I want the poems to be translated into multiple languages? Most likely, I feel like that would be a good idea. For the first time, socks. They were so handsome for the first time. Socks. I think that would be good. I think having different poems like that could be fun. It'll be a thing of like 2 decrepit firemen. Unworthy. Fire. Oh, hold on. Unworthy. Where'd my unworthy go? Unworthy. Let's see. Unworthy socks. There we go. Unworthy socks. Period. There we go. Unworthy socks. And I think that would be fun, right? And the stream's making you hungry? It is a cafe game. I'm not surprised. You know, it's a thing of, well, you can only expect so much. But yeah, I would love some cookies right now. Cookies sound delicious. Nevertheless, I resisted the sharp and then temptation. I'm surprised though. Right now we're talking about socks. So to hear you're still hungry. What a surprise. You save them. Let's see. Save them. Fireflies. Fireflies as collect. Fireflies collect. How about that? Fireflies collect sacred taxes. Sacred taxes. Let's see. And the birdseed. Birdseed. Here we go. And then what else do we have? Like explorers in the jungle. Yeah, that's the thing. I want a smidge of variety, and I think that's what's gonna be really hard later on. Right now, it's fun because I can just copy and paste random poems. But when I do poems, I want to have poems kind of like what you see here, where it's like a gentle touch leaves a sweet magical smoke. The flavor's so bitter, it makes you rethink. Harsh bitter words turn semi-sweet when evoked. Bring what I imagine and make a reality sink. Something like that, but shorter, I think. I think sticking to 3 or 4 words is a good idea for things like this. It seems to be just about reindeer with remorse. And let's see, this is the worst game for diets. Yeah, it's a sweet cafe. It's meant to make you have a sweet tooth. You got those in there, you'll fit right in. I stretch out. Let's see. I stretch out my feet and pulled out. Put on the magnificent. Put on the magnificent. There we go. The moral is my ode. The moral of my ode. Moral of my ode is this. Beauty is twice beauty of this. Of this. Hold on. Is this. Beauty is twice beauty. There we go. Beauty is twice beauty. And what good is doubtfully good? And what good is doubtfully good? Doubtly good. And what good is doubtly good? Is doubtly good. When it is, oops, but good is doubtly good when it is a matter, matter of 2 socks. Made of wool, in winter. In winter. Let's see. In the jungle. How about that? In winter, like explorers. How about that? Made of wool in winter, like explorers. Let's see. The magnificent green deer. There we go. And then how about this? Violet socks. Let's see. Sea blue shot. So handsome. Fireman. How about that one? I think that works. Let's see. This is a cafe game, good sir. Most customers enter and order 1 meal, not 5. From where are you getting these phrases? I'm copying and pasting them from a poem called Ode My Socks. And the idea is I'm doing 3 of each single spell. That way, because there's a randomizer whenever you generate a spell. So if I only do 1 spell per item, then you're just gonna type the spell over and over again. So I'm doing 3 of these to have a little bit of variety when you click randomize. That's what these are for. That's why. And I'm only copying and pasting these just so I don't have to look at them too much. Right now, this is what it is. Kalihu. In the wave. Let's see. Kalihu. Golden thread. Let's see. Yeah, most of these are just, most of these are placeholders. Not most. They're all placeholders. It's just a sense of, all right, let's have some in here so we don't have to type 1, 2. There we go. And then 1 more, and I think we'll be good. And let's see, you think you wanted to type the final boss should be called Diabetes? The final boss will be, I think the final boss should be the principal or something, or maybe her parents come in there. That could be fun, right? Her parents come in there to judge her and see, alrighty, what do you have going on here? And we can also take these spells that I had previously and also paste them in here and just crop a little bit. For example, we'll grab this one here, a gentle touch, leaves, and then a sweet magical smoke, like this. I think this is fine. A sweet magical smoke. And then, well, this is bitter. Oh, okay. Maybe not. But we're not looking at those, so never mind. Let's just copy and paste from here. I think that's fine. Sweet magical smoke. This one's sweet. Add it in there. Let's see. Green deer, twice beauty. How about that? Twice beauty here. We can add, let's see. 2 case knitted. How about that one in there? 2 case knitted. Let's see. Nevertheless. Let's see. And what is good? And nevertheless, what is good? Let's see. To save them. Violet socks. We have on here, let's see, green deer. Long time thee. Oops. Long time thee. Glomping. That is a funny word. Glomping. And the mome. We can go ahead and add that here, maybe here as well. And the mome with eyes of flame here, and okay. BRB 5 minutes or 1 minute was this. I see. No worries. Like I said, come and go as you please. By the tum-tum. Let's see. By the tum-tum is doubtfully here. Maybe it's doubtfully here. Let's see. Good one is maybe here and here. Golden thread, maybe here and here. We also have made of wool here and here. And then we have the magnificent in winter like explorers. Kalihui here. We can also copy maybe socks of wool here. Let's see, green deer here. Maybe green deer here. And then we have the sharp or sacred text. How about there and there? We can also grab on here maybe 1, 2. Do we have 1, 2 in here? Nope. Okay, cool. Let's add 1, 2 here, 1, 2 here, 1, 2 here. Almost done. And then let's see. My arms. How about that? My arms. And then we have the borogroves. That's a fun one. The borogroves. And then we have, let's see, with eyes of flame. How about that one? Eyes of flame in these. And then we have Bandersnatch. Bandersnatch, Bandersnatch. Then we have Maximo Fohi, about maximum Fohi here. And then we have do pulled on, good when it is. So about that. That one's pretty long already. Let's do good when it is here. The blue shot here and here. You save them here. You save them here. Then we have violent socks. Violent socks here. And 2 long sharks here. And I think that's about it. We're missing a few here, and I think we'll be good. Let's see. My arms. And he by thee. What that? He by thee, he by thee. And then birdseed. Yeah. I think that's good. I think that's all of these filled out. So now there's 3 options that you can choose for each, which should help a little bit. For example, when we choose cake, or not cake, but sweet cake, there's 3 options that we have instead of 1. That's why I wanted to fill this out a little bit more, but as you can see, it gets very fast, very quickly, right? We can go back into Godot again, and I'll go ahead and download this and redo it. Let's see, download, I want a CVS, spell list, go ahead and delete you again, go ahead and convert you again, here, and convert, or choose file, hold on, show all, I want to choose, in my downloads, I choose you, there we go, and clear. Oh, how about that, choose, convert, download. Oh, you know what I just realized? The ID isn't entered. That is an issue. Let's do that really quickly. Let me also hide this as Godot closes. Godot does not approve of my wonderful poetry skills. There we go. I think what I can do is do this, possibly? No. There is a way to extend numbers. I'm just not sure how. 17. Let me make sure that's added. I go back into here. So 17, 18, 19, 19, 20, 21, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Let's see. I think you selected 3 number cells and then extend. I will try. And you have an art block. Can you give me an idea what to draw? How about some sort of food? You say, do you like this? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Chris Crow. Oh man, you saved me. You saved me a lot of headache. Okay, now we download. That's wonderful. Okay, and here. Yep. Use some sort of food. How about a cherry cheesecake? How about that? Sounds nice and tasty. All right, and then we go back into Godot. And then we can go ahead and do spell list again. Let me go ahead and clear. And Godot, you need to open. I'll go ahead and edit you. As that's going on, let me go ahead and download you. And convert, download. And then from here, I just need to rename you to spell list. Spell list, like that. And that should be our new spell list. So I can go ahead and delete you, remove. And now I can add the new spell list in here. And our manager, make sure that's selected. Like, hold on, like this. And now we should have a spell list. And if we go ahead and run the game, spell list should run correctly. And making steak. Steak's pretty good too, nice and tasty. Let me go ahead and, oops, hold on. Things are getting open that shouldn't be open. I should be able to mute you. Yeah, wonderful, okay. And then I can go ahead and just keep the game open here. Now if we go into here, we should get new generations of spells, hopefully. So if I go in here, the idea is that, like I said before, there should be 3 different variations of spells to give a little bit of extra. Isn't cheesecake kind of sour, or has a hint of sour? I wouldn't say so. Cheesecake's my favorite quote-unquote cake. I have never seen it as sour. I'd say it's savory. It's a very savory food. If we go ahead and click memory of sweet here, sweet cookie, you can see now how there's a few variations, right? As I'm clicking through here, there's 3 now. That's why I wanted to copy and paste them, so that there wouldn't be the same spell over and over again. As if it's a level of just sweet cookies, if you only had 1, you'd have to type that 1 over and over again. So having 3 variations gives it a little bit of variety. Not much, but just a smidge. That's what I wanted to do. And now that that's done though, if I go ahead and do here, we can go back into concepts. And if we go back into here, that's done. Nice. Fleshed out spell combinations, that is good to go. What do we have left on the menu here? Let's see. Let me go ahead and turn my tablet back on. Next up, what we have is A, audio rhythm tempo 2 delayed, and B, add sound effects like customer spawning and ghost slaving. That's next up. Shouldn't be too tricky. Again, these are things that are just a little bit, and then the last thing on the list will be the pixel art for the customers. And again, shouldn't be too hard. Since we animated Gabby yesterday, I just have to do it for the customer in the similar style, but just as the customer. Shouldn't be too painful, but we'll see. And then I need the customer animation. So again, not too bad. We have these two left, and we have about, let's see, 20-ish minutes. I mean, if we do finish these two, the only thing I can see finishing would be the pixel art. So maybe we'll get that in if that's the only thing left, as I think that'll be it once these two things are done. Adding sound effects. Let's go back into Godot. Let me go ahead and stir my coffee. And what is the difference between a ghost and a customer spawn? Could you... Oh, hold on. Coffee went down the wrong pipe. Could you elaborate a little bit in the question? Do you mean... No, I don't know what you mean. There's two different entities. You have your customer entity and your ghost entity. And those two guys do different things. You have your customer here. Customer. This guy. Oh, I will have to change the ghost, but I mean, the ghost can stay the ghost. The ghost staying the same spread is fine. You have your customer and your ghost. They're two different guys. And ghost spawning's different and customer spawning different than that. Customers do different things than ghosts. So it's like two different enemies or two different mobs. That's why they're different. I want to have a different sound played so that if you're in the cafe here and a customer spawns, you can hear the customer spawning or you can hear the ghost spawning. That's why I want to have the sound effect play. And then when you serve the customer, I want a sound to play when the ghost gets defeated. And I want a customer to kind of go when they leave. I want a little bit of a ding sound maybe. So maybe what we need is a sort of bell chime. And I'm questioning, I think I have some bell sounds. And we can, again, these can just be placeholders for now, at the very least, until we add some more in there. For now, I'll bring you into another program. Bring you into a lot of programs today. I mean, that's what it is. Game dev, aside from the programming itself, it's a lot of the audio and other files, things of that nature. So I can go ahead and bring you into my audio database. And this is a program called Eagle, like the bird. And ghosts do whoo, and customers do hello. Can I have a table? Exactly, something to that extent. May I take your order? How is it done in SpongeBob? May I take your order? I think that's it. So now we can go into this screen here, and I can bring you into a program called Eagle. And this is a program I use to not only keep track of audio files, but also files in general for images, for example. I can go into here and in here. And the nice part about this program, instead of using something like a file manager on your computer, is I can edit it, and you should be able to hear it, I think, if I mute this. Oh, unless I die. That's a possibility too. You should be able to hear the audio, right? And I can just hover over them instead of clicking in opening. Let's see if we can find some quick sounds for a customer leaving, customer leaving, customer coming, customer leaving, ghost leaving, customer leaving. Something simple that we can do. And saying that, we go ahead and mute this guy here to make it a little bit easier to hear. And if we go into my, let's see, music. Nope, we're looking for sound effects. I want something really simple, something nice and sweet. But are we back? My OBS now crashed. It didn't enjoy those audio sounds. Hold on. Let me make sure we're good to go. Are we back? Hold on. If I refresh this, let me make sure everything's good to go. Okay. Connected. Okay, are we good? Are we back? Hold on. Twitch, it froze for a second. The OBS crashed entirely. It seems I'm reconnected to YouTube, and it seems I'm reconnected to Twitch, I think. So we should be good to go. Let me grab the Here's door jingle from Stardew. Yeah, no, your internet didn't crash. My OBS crashed. We should be good to go now, though. That was wild. I'm glad it's working again. That hasn't happened in a second. I'm surprised. But we should be good to go now. Thought you were lacking? Nope. Everything died. Everything died for a good second, but we're back. Alrighty. Live chat again. There we go. Okay. Good. Oh man. I'm so glad I didn't have to start a new one. Okay. Where were we? In Eagle, right? If I open this again and it crashes, it's gonna be sad and upsetting. We should be. It didn't do this last time. Not too sure, but we're back. Alrighty. Where were we? some sort of jingle bell sound. That's what I want, some sort of bell. I feel like a bell is fine, some sort of ding-a-ling-ling, but I don't know if I have any bell sounds. And if I don't have any bell sounds, we can always make our own bell sounds, which shouldn't be too bad. And it happens when you move the stream to another monitor. Huh, that's odd. I've done that earlier today, and it did not do that. It hasn't done anything bad in a second. We have, what sounds very, what sounds like customer enter? It wouldn't be too annoying. Under / acting so nice. Well, thank you. I'm just glad we're back. That's what I always hope for. I know things aren't gonna work out always as intended, but you know what? It's okay. As long as I'm trying, right? That's all I can hope for. I'm trying to search for some sort of cool sound that's not too bad, not too good. Something that's not annoying. But I think we might have to make our own. Right, maybe? Yeah. Might have to come down to that. Some sort of bell sound, I think. Like ding ding or ding-a-ling-a-ling, right? This is fantasy themed. This is for buttons. Okay. Let's try bells. I do like the idea of bells, right? There's some of these sounds. I'm not hearing a good bell sound. A lot of these are like alien-ish. So maybe not so. Not these. These are all buttons, right? And then, let's see, 8-bit. I mean, that's not too bad, right? I kind of like that. I think that could work. Or maybe something like this. That sounds like exploding. Not too bad. Maybe something like this. Ghost appear. I think that could work for a ghost appear sound. What do you think? Ghost appear. Ghost leaving, maybe? Ghost vanishing? Or maybe, yeah. How about that? I think this one could work. I'll pull it into Godot. We'll go ahead and add the sound effects. If we do audio or we add spellcasting. And let's see. You tried steak, you did croco? A little confused on that one. Let's see. If I go ahead into entities, ghost, assets, entities. I'll just make a folder called audio, I think. Could be fine. For audio. Entity audio, AUDIO, like this. And ghost appear might be represented by a gust of wind. True, that could work. Yeah, we could give that one a go. Oh, ghost assets, ghost. Okay. Ghost appear then. Right now, these are temporary. Something we could see about ghost of wind. I feel like this is okay. These two are okay. I'll drag them for now. We can edit them later. Let's go ahead and make this one and move this one. And what software are you using for the managing sounds? It looks useful. It is called Eagle, like the bird. So E-A-G-E-L. Crocodile, I see. There you go. Eagle. Wait, I did spell it right, I think. It is, you can try it out for, I think, a week. Yeah, Eagle, oh, E-A-G-L-E. I can't spell eagle, apparently. E-A-G-L-E. There we go. Wrong. Don't listen to me, desk. E-A-G-L-E. Like that. Eagle. There we go. Like the bird. It's a one-time purchase of either $20 or $30. But there's also this program called I can't remember it. Something task. I think it's called Task Studio. Let me double check really quickly. Task Studio that's being worked on. That might be something similar that is in the works at the moment that is free. There's a lot of different programs though. Eagle works for both files and audio. And I know there's a program out there that works for just audio. I don't remember the program, but it's definitely something worth looking into as it has been handy for me. And no, it's, oh, Tag. I think it's called Tag Studio. Hold on. Tag Studio? T-A-G Studio? Let's see. Yeah. Tag Studio. I would look into maybe Tag Studio. Something that might be different. It's still in the works, but it's open, what is it? Open source, and it's also free. So look into that one as well, I would recommend. Oh yes, E-Gel. $5.95 per spray, each sold separately. EA Sports, it's in the game. Oh man, let's see. I wanna, Let's see. Is there some sort of bell? Or... Oh, how about this? Customer entering. I like that one. Let's go with this one for the customer entering, I think. And then we need one for the customer leaving. So let's see. Maybe... something... How about that? Customer entering, customer successfully served. I like that one. I think that one could work. And maybe, let's see... Leaving, serving. How about that? I mean, that's pretty nice. It's very long, though. For now, let's do this. I think this will work. Okay, with all that said, we can go back into Godot. And now we have some audio to work around with. We've got this sound here. And what is the sound again? I think it's not it, right? Yeah. I think this was... What were these sounds, right? And you think you'll use Tag Studio just because searching evil gives you the bird? Thanks for it again. Here, hold on. Eagle program. And I didn't spell it again. Oh, I heard a sound. Where are we at? This button here. There we go. Stefan XX, I think, or Steven. One of the two. And tell me which one. But thank you for this description on YouTube. Welcome. Welcome to figuring out what audio works best. Eagle. E-A-G-L-E. E-A-G-L-E. Eagle software. There we go. Let me see if I can find it. God. Oh, there we go. I found it. Here it is. Sounds good, but it more sounds like when you complete service. Like at the end of the game, do you think? In that case, that's what I'm thinking. You can either get it when you serve the customer or when the customer leaves. Which one do you think is a little bit better? There. Yeah, got ya. So let's see. If I click this one sounds like the ghost is entering, right? This one sounds like customer entering. That one sounds like customer entering. So I'll rename this to customer spawn. Customer spawn sound. That one for sure sounds like a bell, right? And thanks, you failed at Google, it seems. No, you're fine. I only found out about it because of a YouTube video. So I understand it kind of, because the word eagle, it's a little tricky. Let's see. We have this sound, and we have this sound. Does this sound like a ghost appearing? I say as Godot decides, I do not work today. So since it's frozen for a second, I'll get some water. Teacher, you got an F in Google. I mean, that is a skill in itself when you're a programmer, is knowing how to Google things, but it seems nowadays you just do so-and-so problem, Reddit, and you get the solution that way. As yeah, Googling is a skill in itself, definitely. When you have a problem or when you find a bug, do you know how to solve said problem? That happens a lot. Usually things don't go well, and I'm reopening Godot since it's having a little issue. We'll give it a second. Go ahead and edit it, give it a second to run, and let me get some coffee too. Okay, we're all good. With that said, where are we at with audio? Here. So this sound, is this ghost leaving or entering, do you think? Let me turn it up just a smidge. Get a little bit easier to hear. I feel like this is good for ghost entering. So it's either this sound versus this sound. I feel like this one maybe ghost entering, do you think? This is failing one. I think this could be ghost entering. And this sound could be ghost leaving. Right? Maybe something like that. Let's see. I'll rename this to ghost leaving. Or did I say ghost leaving or entering? It can always be changed, that's the thing. So ghost entering sound. It can always be changed, so I'm not too bothered. And this one could just be ghost leaving for now. Ghost leaving. Most of these are just placeholders until we figure something out later. And then this would be customer serve sound. Yeah, I like that. Customer serve sound. Rename. Customer served sound. Ghost backwards for, hold on. Oh, I renamed it. I'm not sure which one it is. Is it this one you're talking about for backwards? If I click play? Or do you mean this one? My little bit of clarity, I renamed it. And you just remembered Tapper Games, and this game seems close to it with a hint of Papa Louie. Interesting. Leaving backwards. Sure. That shouldn't be too hard to do. I have another program. Lots of programs here. And that is another thing, I think. Just when you do game dev, right? You gotta have a lot of programs. Gotta know your way around a lot of editing softwares. If it's not Sprite for working with files and everything and art, then you have like music programs, you have your audio programs, and in this case, the audio program of choice I use is Audacity. And you're a neat freak for game dev. You wanted to say you love your file structure and workflow. Thank you, and welcome to stream. Hold on. Isabel Hull, is that how you say it? And yeah, I try. Sometimes it's organized, sometimes it's not. I hope to reorganize this whole game once I get the prototype done, and then I can move forward in actually making the game. A lot of this stuff is just placeholders until I can get in a better spot. Hope is to get the game done by the end of the year. And then we can move on to optimization. So for right now, Ghost leaving Soundwave, I can drag and drop that into audio, words. I can word, I know how to word. Audacity, Audible, which one is it? It is Audacity, there you go. It is Audiacity. What is your useless talent? I'd have to think about that one. I'd have to dig deep. I've got a lot of talents. I'm not sure if they're useful. Here you go. That's the program. And this program here, wrong button. Oh, here. And we will use this if we do have time for it, as I'll need to crop some audio as well. But if we go into here, and I bring you instead into this program of choice, where are we at? Here. And I click OK. And then I transition you all. This is the program, Audacity. It is a free editing software for audio, which is nice. It's the one I use the most for when I need to edit something. And then from the suggestion of, hold on, Mr. Petito, let's see about just reversing the audio. I should be able to do that. Audiacity, reverse audio. That should be really simple. Reverse the selected audio. So all I have to do is do effect and reverse. So I can click this guy here. I'll zoom in a little bit. Never mind. It does not zoom in on the UI, so it makes it a little hard to see. I wonder if there's a way to change the view. View, toolbar, timeline, menu. I'm not sure there is, but that's okay. If Audacity doesn't want to make me zoom in, I'll zoom in like this. That should be fine. So I can go ahead and click this guy here, then I can click effect, and then it should be something like reverse. Let's see. There should be a reverse effect. Fading, nope. Pitch, nope. And these are cool too, because you can make your own audio and then mess around with it. For example, I could add a echo. Right now, this is the audio, and I think it'll play, right? The sound, and let me mute it as well. And that's a lot of it when it comes to with sound effects and sound design. You don't need a lot. You can just sometimes take something simple, like even your voice, and do a little bit of messing around. Right now, this is the sound, but because it's a ghost, maybe what we could do is, for example, maybe we can add a little bit of echo. So if I add some echo here, hold on, where's the echo at? There's an echo in here, hold on. Echo, delay, noise removal, no. Here, echo. Maybe we add a little bit of echo. So I click this guy here, effect, and then I go back to echo here. Maybe I add a little bit of an echo. Kind of an echo, right? Maybe a little bit of a stronger echo. You hear it? There's so many things you can do with just a little bit of editing. And your useless talent, you can mimic Waluigi accurate. That's not useless. There's a lot of things out there that need a good Waluigi voice. What I'm looking for here is a rewind or reversal, right? Reverse. There we are. Reverse. So if I do this, let's see. Is that? I don't know if that sounds cool. It's okay. I don't know if that's good in reversal though. Maybe what we can do is change the pitch. So this is going down. Maybe we can have the effect be pitch, change pitch. And maybe instead what we can have is change the pitch to, oh, never mind. How about this? Preview? Something like that. The high pitch, we can make it low pitch. Something like that. Maybe that can be the ghost spawn sound. Something like that. But that sounds more of like an error or something. We could even go really low. Did you even hear that one? Hold on. So low. It sounded like an explosion. Something like that. There's so many ways you can do it. But I think for right now, let's just keep the sounds separate. We might have to come back to this program if we do have time, since it is 4:37. Once we do these audios for enter exiting, then I have to edit some audio for the end of the sounds for some of the ghost things. And that should be that. So let me go ahead and do this. And you could always keep the original audio and modulate the pitch dynamically at runtime. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Hold on. If we go back into Godot, I do remember that. Here, right? If it's, I think it's here, hold on. If I go into Cafe, Rhythm Manager, RHY, Rhythm Manager here, there is this pitch. Yep. This is how you do the pitch, if I recall, right? And let's see, talent is you can disconnect and connect your phone where your thumb is. Huh. I know I'm very flexible, but disconnecting phones? Oof. And let's see, you went on a line of coffee dispenser and two people behind you pulled an evil laugh contest for some reason. And for that specific scenario, useless task was useful. An evil laugh. I've never tried to do an evil laugh, or a really evil laugh, like the insane ones where you toss your head back and you look like you're going insane. That's the insane laugh. I don't know if I call it evil. So if we go back into here into our entities, go back up here. I think for now this is okay, and we can even, hold on, I want to get the name correctly. Like Isabel said, we could also change the pitch in here. I think that could be useful. So we have the ghost leaving sound, ghost entering, customer spawn, customer served. I think those are all good. And then we just need a sound effect sound for here, as we have a customer manager and a ghost manager. So whenever a customer is spawned, we have the customer manager or the ghost manager say as much, and I think that can work. On here for our cafe, when a customer ghost spawn, I have signals, so it shouldn't be too hard to put together, I think. And hold on, let me see if I can say that name correctly. Zaffin? Is that how you say it? Let me know. But welcome to stream, all the same. Let's see. Pull the Waluigi, Papyrus, Evil Laugh, Classic, Cartoony Villain. The Papyrus is just like, what is it? Yeah. He's very fun to do. If in here, in our cafe, our ghost manager, I'm just wondering, for now, I think having an audio manager here is fine. For example, an audio manager here, audio stream player for our ghost. And actually, what we can do even, for now, we could do something more later, but we'll just have these guys here and delete you. And then we'll make sure there's sound effects. So they're in their own sound effects, which is nice. And I don't have to edit them even more. We have the ghost entering, ghost leaving sound. And this is dot wave. Let me rename it, hold on. I see as Godot freezes, which means I get a water break. Good try though, I attempt. Zaphian, is that how you say it? Zaphian? That's an interesting one. Definitely a lot nicer sounding than mine. My attempt. And if Godot doesn't want to work, we'll reopen it. But I'll give Godot a chance to think about the actions or the consequences of its actions and not cooperating, I guess. Been okay, it's been decent so far. Aside from that, we should be okay, should be good to go, hopefully, fingers crossed. And, oh, all right. It's not working, so I'm gonna close it. It'll let me close it. Oh, no, it decided to work. We're all good. Yep, wonderful, lovely. All right, I'll go ahead and delete this ghost leaving sound. Rename it so it's the right name here. It's not .wave, like this. There we go. Oh, ghost like that. There we go. File extension by the editor. Okay, never mind. It has to have the .wave in there. Like this? There we go. Okay. Ghost manager, ghost entering, ghost leaving. Like that. And then in our customer manager, we have customer served and customer leaving. Or customer spawn and customer served. Those are the two. They'll be kept here since they deal with these sounds. And how do you like Godot? I love it! It's been my favorite. Now granted, I haven't tried any other game engine, but I like the way Godot looks. That was a big thing for me. I didn't like how, for example, Unity or Unreal looked. I like how colorful the Godot feels. And that's the thing of, well, you know, you could change the theme of the other engines, but I don't think it does it as well. And I also like how Godot uses nodes and scenes, and that was something that really intrigued me. So I've been using Godot as my only game engine, and I've been doing it for almost 2 years. This is the second game I've ever made, so I'm still brand new. It's been 2 years on and off. With all of that said, we have our ghost manager here, and let me make sure the buses are sound effects. Sound effects, sound effects, like this, sound effects, and sound effects. And we want it to only play once. So if true, this node stops playing sound. Nope. Autoplay, if true, it plays. Nope. Stream pause. I think it should only play once, if I'm pretty sure. Now in our ghost manager here, let's go ahead and add these two in here. And let's see, you played Stardew Valley. Have you played Terraria? A little bit. I played it a few years ago. I haven't played it since. It's a pretty fun game. I try my best to get into playing, what is it, Access as Unique Names? I try my best to get into playing it as playing pixel art games, and it's the wrong button. This one here? There we go. Ghost entering sound, ghost leaving sound. But yeah, I have played Terraria, and I do like how creative Terraria is. I plan to get it on my Switch sometime soon. Right now, it stays that way. So for ghost leaving or ghost summoning, we can go ahead and have this play. So every time a ghost gets summoned here, spawn ghost, call deferred, on ghost button pressed. Here we go. Spawn ghost, we can go ahead and have this ghost sound dot play. I think this will work, we'll see. And then when a ghost leaves, we have ghost leaving sound play. And since this ghost manager is responsible for spawning the ghost and deleting the ghost, this works out fine. Actually, let's not do it here. Let's just have the ghost entering sound play, and I'll do this for the customer as well, as I'm thinking we can have this play, yeah, actually, spawn ghost, punk, because I'm trying to think, how do I want to set it up? The customer, or the player serves the ghost, and the ghost gets turned to be deleted, and the player, if I go back into player here, or I don't have player up, player, you can see here in the player scene, the player serves, and that's how they get the signals out and everything. For example, when you serve the order, this is when it would play. When you serve the ghost, if I have, this is all customers, where are the ghosts at? If you have objects, ghost. This is where ghost gets served. And now let's see, hold on. You're a fan of Godot since you played Cassette Beats. This engine grabbed your interest. Ooh, I might have to look into Cassette Beats then. And Cassette Beats was made on it as well, interesting. And you wanna make a copy of Pizza Tower with Godot, but there's things you don't understand. By the way, do you like Bob the Shroom? Yeah, remember? I said I liked them. I said I don't know Pizza Tower too much. I know it was popular for a little bit. And from what I've seen of the game and how wacky the art style is, I think it works. And you chose Godot because of its colors? Yeah, you're shocked. I hope that was sarcasm. I'm a little bit of a color fan, and I like, for me, the number one thing is it has to be visually appealing. That's why I'm big on art. I'm big on just looks, and that's the thing too. You can have something that's minimalistic, but still looks nice. And I think that's something that's really cool. Pika shocked. Oh no. Yeah, if you couldn't tell. So here, where you banish the ghost, that's what I'm thinking, right? Banish ghost, this should be fine. I think we can go ahead and have the ghost be banished and the ghost sound as leaving sound. So for example, in our ghost manager here, we don't need a function, that's fine. We just play the ghost banish sound. On banish ghost, where are we at? Here, ghost spawner timeout, target manager, clean targets. Nope, we want to delete the ghost. Where are we at? Banish ghost, here we go. And then we have ghost leaving, GHOST, ghost leaving sound. So this sound plays anytime the ghost gets banished, which is what we want. And okay, I do that. And then from there, what we see is the customers. Now, customers are a little tricky, I'd say, maybe. I say, but I'm not too sure. For the customer, not too bad initially, I think. I just have to access these as unique names. And I think the spawn sound, nice and easy. We just do this. And then we just have this play whenever we create a customer. On spawn customer. If on spawn button pressed, spawn customer. Let's see. On spawn button pressed. Customer sound dot play. Customer will be spawned with that sound. And can you say that Minecraft? 100% Minecraft is a pixel game. 100%. I hope to sometime next year do some streams, some community streams, where we go through and we make a pixel art, well, I say pixel art, but we make a texture pack together so everyone can kind of get assigned different pixel art textures to do. Someone might be assigned to draw lamb, someone might be assigned to draw cake, mobs, for example. It would give us some time to try some pixel art together and also do something community based. I feel like it'd be a lot of fun. And every game is a pixel game if you zoom in enough. Exactly, just zoom, enhance. That's all you gotta do. As far as customers go, I think having a signal here that is customer served or something of the sort happen. So for example, it could be utility customer spawn, customer served. I believe I already have that. Utility dot customer served. Yep, I already have a signal called that. Dot connect, connect, CONNCT, connect, play served sound. Play served sound, something like this. And then we can have a function called play serve sound. It's a void function, so we can go ahead and insert. Where's my insert button? Insert. Oh, hold on. I don't remember what the button I have to press is, right? To get rid of the thing? Is it page up, page down? No. Oh, it's back. No, it's not. It's not back. This looks weird. Insert, 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 insert. I don't remember what button that is. I did see something pull up in there. Hold on. Let me see. That sounds wild. Wild, I do agree. It'll be a big project, but I feel like it could be fun once the game is in a more stable state. I feel like that could be a fun project to do. And you're gonna make diamonds and little potato shards. Could be fun, yeah. And Minecraft's kind of a weird case. It's a pixel-styled game, but the entire game is rendered quads, cubes. You'd label it as 2.5D or mixed media semantically, but most probably see it as a pixel art game. I mean, all the textures are pixel art textures. That's the thing. The entire texture pack of Minecraft is described as just textures that are pixel art. None of them aren't pixel art, I think, if it serves me correctly. For example, even the cow that's 3D, the 3D cow is still all pixel art, right? It's just a different version of pixel art, but it's still pixel art. And for all the reasons, the colors of the editor is the least valid one to pick in game engine, but Godot's good for entering the game dev. That's not the least valid. If you can't stand the engine and look at it, then that's important. But like I said, first reason, colors, second reason, node. Found the insert key. Please serve button, void, like that. And 16 by 16, yeah, 16 by 16, but for example, if you take something like when you're making a player skin in Minecraft, the player skin itself kind of looks a little, it's 3D, but it's flat, and it's 64 by 64, not 16 by 16. Some textures are 64 by 64, I think, but I'd have to look into that. Let's see. Play sound served. Customer, oh, I don't have that, do I? What I have to do here is have that added. So customer serve sound goes here, and then customer serve sound gets played. Dot play. Dot play. Like this. And I think this will work. Let's give it a test. If I go ahead and click play in the game, fingers crossed it works well. If I go ahead and mute our music here, open this here, and then go ahead and click levels, and our no one spawns. All right, spawn customer. Oh, actually, this might not work because I have the buttons. The buttons do different things, if I can recall. Hold on. Let me see. I'll go ahead and mute this for a second. I want to check the buttons, the debug buttons, and see. For the ghost button, yeah. In the ghost button, it has the spawn ghost, go to method, and the spawn ghost button pressed. Yeah, it skips over the... I see. Okay. In that case, we'd have to modify just a smidge. You love how customizable Godot is, especially for visual plugins in the editor? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I like how open-ended Godot is. Another reason I chose it is because I think, at least for Unity, there's something to do with royalty fees for game devs, right? If you make a certain amount of money on your game, but for Godot, all of it's yours, or in the case you don't have to buy it or upgrades, things of that nature. And hi, Ass from Rift. I don't think I've said your name today, but I think you've been here before. My memory's good, but it's not usually good. And M board, you have a lot of paper and eating like a bubble gum, throwing them one in flavor. They're paper. That's a starter. Let me go ahead and click play here. Let's see, on ghost button pressed. That's what I'm thinking. The spawn, let's just move the spawn up here, just so we can have that sound played. On ghost button pressed, sound. And this should work for all of them, I believe. And then customer manager, just move this up here. Play serve, no, we just want the customer spawn button pressed, and okay. That is good to go. So on see customers, on attempt spawn customers. There we go. Just so we can have the buttons play and make sure that works. And then we have on spawn customers, on spawn button pressed. Okay. There we go. And in that sense, now let's try it. Now let's give it a go. I'll go ahead and unhide it here. And then if we go into levels, we go into no one spawns. Now when I click the button, we should hear the audio. Okay, good. We should hear the customer audio as well. Okay, that's nice. And again, because it's sound effects, I can just lower this down. And this should, you hear it changed. And it also changes the tempo, so maybe we could change that. I'm gonna lower the, oh right, music, right? There we go. Nice, okay. So if I go into the main menu, for example, and let's just test this out with the, what is it? Healers? Let's wait for them to spawn. We should hear the customer bell sound if we did it correctly. Wonderful, that's good. And then it's sweet, sweet cookies, right? So I can go ahead and, oh, we need a customer leaving sound. The customer leaving sound didn't play, surprisingly. Or at least we need a leaving sound as in customer left angry, some sort of sound like that, right? Okay, it's a little bit too many. The good news now is, if I'm over here, you can hear the sound. That's what we wanted. And then let's go ahead and grab the order. It's sweet, sweet cookie, I already know. Let's go ahead and do the game mode and see. We can do it. It's memory, or not memory, it's sweet, sweet cookie. Sweet, sweet cookie. Okay. M-A-R-U-M-O-R-I-B-R-O-U-G-H-E-M-E-A-E-I-R-O-F-S-O-C-K-S-W-H-I. Oh, I see. There's so many sound effects going off though. That might be a problem. K-N-I-T-E-T-T-E-D. So many sound effects going on. This is... I'm not too sure. Right? There's a lot. Wait, the customer, come back. Customer, come back. I have your food. Oh god. Yeah, the thing is too, there's a setting, so you can set it to how afraid the customers are of ghosts. And depending on their meter, the meter will go down faster if the ghosts are in range. So I think that's the issue here. So sweet, sweet cookie. Oh, I made a cake. How did I make a cake? Might be a bug. Hold on. I thought I made a cake. I made a cookie. Yeah, I made a cookie. I think we found another bug. That is for sure. As this is cookie, but it's not a cookie. It's a cake. Huh, okay. Hold on. Let's try again. Oh. T-W-A-S-B-R-I-L-L-L-I-G, comma, A-N-D-T-H-Y-T-O-V-E-S-T-I-D-O-D-G-Y-R-E-A-N-D-G-I-M-B-L-E-I-N-T-H-E-W. Okay. Yeah, it's not a cookie. And time to increase the customer timer. Yep. This is temporary, but there's tons of timers. The good news is once testing gets done and everything, we'll be good. For now, I want to see about the ghost timer, and I will note that something's wrong with the cookies. Something. Bug, cookie. Something's wrong with the select screen, right? Bug, select, menu, cookie. Menu, cookie. That is important. We'll figure that out. And let's see. Hold on. Where are we at? Okay. We have a bug. Yep. And hi, Andrew. Welcome back. And to spare to yourself, maybe have a debug option just to autofill the sentence. That's a good idea. I didn't think of that one. Right? For what I had at the moment, it was a, like maybe an autocomplete or something like that. I can see that. Just a button to autocomplete. That's a good idea. And I'll write that down as well. I like that idea. Autocomplete bug off. Autocomplete. Debug. Autocomplete. Autocomplete. That's a good one. C-O-M-P-L-E-T-E. Thank you for that suggestion. Eat all the cookies. Cake is all that's left. There can only be one. And it is cookies. Or it is cake. Oh boy. What we can do is spawn the ghost and check. Audio's working in that sense. And this is already a memory cookie, so I can just grab this. This is just already here. And we should hear the audio play. Oh. Seems we have a lot of bugs. Hold on. I can't serve the ghost. The serve button is E. Yep. So it seems we found another bug mayhaps. Hold on. Let me go here. Let's try serving them. If I go for memory, and then cookie. Okay. V-I-O. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I know the issue. Maybe. We can check. I say as Godot closes again. Can you eat the bug? No, the bug is not edible, unfortunately. Well, I mean, most bugs are edible, aren't they? Like crickets and other ones. If they don't attack, sure. I feel like there's a person out there who ate bees before. It's out there. D-stung, D-B bead. DB bead. I want to check here on our ghost. If I go, where are we at? Well, serving the ghost. That's the way it's set up. Where are we at? Take order. Oh, here we go. Memory, sweet memory, bitter memory. If it's any of these, the food should work in serving the ghost. That was the hope in that. And if we, let's see, in our cafe, in our ghost, right, in our, where are we at? Do our food, where are we? This guy here, the item, oops, too many double clicks. The item should be, oh, no wonder, it's a sweet, sweet item. That's why. Hold on. Sweet, sweet cookie. And we'll make this memory, bitter memory cookie. Let's try again. So that's good. Serving does work. I just didn't do serving correctly. Okay, that's one less bug then. We just have to figure out why the select screen isn't working. But now we can spawn a customer and get their order. Oh, actually I didn't check their order, did I? Okay, hold on. Main menu, levels, go back to customer. This is sweet, sweet. We're waiting on the customer to spawn. We wait on that, and okay, that sound works. This is sweet, sweet cookies, so we should be able to serve them. And this is sweet, sweet. There we go, the sound works. So that's good to go. We know that works. And then if we go for ghost, that should be easy as spawning the ghost, picking up the ghost food, and serving the ghost. Let's see. Yep, that sound works. That's good. It didn't fix the player yet? What's wrong with the player? Do you mean the sprite? I haven't finished the sprites. I have to have one where she's holding the tray, or holding the tray with the food, if that's what you mean. The sprites aren't done. This is, like you can see here, I want her to hold the tray of food instead of just look like this. If that's what you mean, yeah. Not done yet. I want to add them all once I also finish, and I'm gonna turn this down a little bit because I can. I also want to make it so that I want to add the sprite for the player and the customers at the same time. So that's the last thing. Speaking of, aside from the menu, we can try around for the menu a little bit longer. The audio is implemented though, which is good news. If we go back to the music here, I say as Godot closes again? Monkey ears. It was a work in progress. Over time, like I said before, a lot of it is prototype. She now has elf ears before an art pass. Yeah. I don't know if I have it on screen here. I don't think I do. That was number one, my first attempt at drawing the sprite, and I've been reiterating it over and over again. She's meant to have really elfy ears is the goal on that one. With that said though, I can go ahead and cross some other stuff off the list. Let's see. And yeah, they became more and more elf ears. At first they were, what are they called, like hobbit ears maybe? I'd say big and round. If you've seen Dungeons, Delicious Dungeons, like Chilchuck's ears, the halfling, that's what I'm thinking of. She had halfling ears to begin with. And if I go ahead here, oops, wrong button. Erase. This is all good to go now. Add sound effects for customer spawning, leaving, good. Next up is this rhythm delayed one. And we also need to figure out the spell combinations, level lock. Something's wrong with that. While it is 5, we can go on a little longer and see if we can figure it out. Aside from that, this one should be easy to do. And then all I have to do, like I said before, is the customer animations and the player walking with a tray. And that'll be that, which is good. And let's see. The art pass is like pass, but for artists, huh? I've never heard of the art pass before. Let's see if we can go back and solve the reason the level lock isn't working. And then from there, we'll be good to go. And that will be the stream once that's done. As doing the art, as I said before, shouldn't be too difficult since I already have the player's animations. I just have to edit her so that she looks like the customer. And then we'll be good to go. So let's go back into Godot, if Godot will let me open it, for starters, and get some coffee. Delicious coffee as always. It's almost done too, which is surprising. Usually I finish it before the stream is over, but not today. Let's go back into Godot here. And I that. And I want to double check about the customer thing, or not the customer thing, where are we at? The spell menu, right? If we go back into our, and I think that might be a thing of me implicitly writing the food down. For example, in our cookbook here, and here, we have in here our foods. We have cake, cookie, cocoa, hot dog. And I'm thinking that's the issue. Oh, hold on, where are we at? Cake, cookie, yeah. Cake, cookie, cocoa, hot dog. None equals 0, so this is 0, 1, 2, 3. And for some reason, it's thinking it's cake or something else, right? And let's see, oh really? So a lot of people develop with base images or even props. Then after they get a game mechanic completed, they do an art pass so everything looks, oh, I see. I got it. Yeah, a lot of it's going back and forth and trial and error. I don't know if I have it pulled up, but yeah, there's a lot of those where it's just temporary until you add a little bit more and have a different time from your time for you to know. Mine is Eastern time, EST. So right now it's 5 for me. And this is wrapping up the stream, so to speak, but we'll see. Probably another 20 minutes, if 20. If I can't figure it out in the next-ish 10 or figure out the problem, then we can go do it that way. So cake, I try to keep it the same, right? Cake, cookie, cocoa. What do I have here? I have, oh, maybe that's why. Cake, no, hold on. Okay, let's do it this way, as I'm not sure what that item is. Let's just have the item printed so I can tell what it is. When it gets created, funk ready. I'll just have it say what it is. I think the texture's off, but the food is right, is what I'm thinking it is. And you think, oh, for you, it's 12 a.m.? What's 12 a.m. again? That's midday, right? Lunchtime, noon, right? I always get confused on the AM, PM. I'm thinking the issue with this cookbook is the cake needs to be the Atlas index. That's what I'm thinking is the issue here. For example, I think, well, no, it shouldn't be. Let's try it. I want to see what we get when I do print cookbook dot product to string, and then the product is our product. And then I want to print also not product to string, but flavor combo to string, and then have our flavor combo here. And I want to see what we get when I do it. And yeah, having an autocomplete button would be nice, right? Midnight, I see. Got ya. And while it's repetitive to say, Stardew Valley is a great example of handling programming. Yes, Smudge, I agree. I talked about it before, and I think I have it pulled up. Let me double check. It wouldn't be too fast to check, but I've talked about it before, and the fact that I think there's some iterations of character designs that, right now it's time for you to sleep. You're watching the live Unity ending. Interesting. I think I get what you're saying. Oh yeah, here it is. I can show you really quickly since I already have it pulled up in the file. Like here, look at this. This is the base design, base ideas for the characters in Stardew Valley. And the fact that you can get through so many of them, I always find really interesting. Yeah, Stardew Valley is a great way to show. Look at all the times it took to get from here to here. A lot of them are just placeholders until you go back to it. Back to Godot though. And let me go ahead and close this guy here. If I go ahead and, yeah, we print this out. I'm trying to think, is there a way for me to do completed spell? Or have a button that's just, hey, if I press this button, the spell is completed. And, oh, it'll finish the live until it's ending. Oh, I see. Yeah, we're wrapping it up now. I just want to see if I can figure out this bug. If not, I'll just have to figure it out offline, but I'm hoping we can figure it out. So in saying all of that, what I'm gonna do then is in our spell manager, not our spell manager, if we go back to our options menu really quickly, options menu here, in our here, there should be here, handled event, and then I'm gonna go to my spell screen, S-P-E-L-L, spell, where are we at? Spell rhythm, I guess scorekeeper, that's what I'm looking for, or scorekeeper. This is where scoring gets done and everything, and English is your second language. That's understandable. Mine's my first, and you can see how well mine's is going. You're doing, I wouldn't even have known it was your second unless you told me. And what resources are, blah, 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 blah. What resources are you using for loading your Godot? Most of it is YouTube and just YouTube and, what is it? YouTube and just general Google stuff. I've been taking a course for GDQuest. That is, hold on. GDQuest, but that's been on and off. And nice, technically English is your third. I see. I would have not known that for either of you. You make the pass for me. But GD Quest is one I've been looking at and using a little bit of, but it's an actual course. But from what I've done, most of everything I'm learning is, yeah, of course. Most of everything I'm learning, and hi, did I even say hi? Welcome, Toxic Taste. welcome back. Most of everything I've been learning has been just off of YouTube. The GD Quest thing is really recent. So I would say you really don't have to get anything to learn Godot. Most of YouTube and all of those things are much good. Very good. So in saying all of that, YouTube, pause game. There should be a finish game. Casting finish, no, I don't think it's on casting finish. On game, continue, resume candle, no, on casting finish, there we go. So what I want to happen is, if unhandled event, UI cancel, and I don't want it to be UI cancel, for now I'll just have it set as a random button, maybe add new action, skip spell, what I'll call it, skip, skip spell, add, and then I'll make it the minus button. How about that? Okay, and then I'll go ahead and close, and then instead of UI cancel, it'll be skip spell, like this. And then what I can have happen is, I can go ahead and say on casting finish. So it runs the completed automatically. And then from there, what we can say is utility, current game state, all that's good. Pause tracking, set grade. That's fine if the grade is, that's fine, I think. We'll see. This might break everything. And you've also just been learning from YouTube? Yeah, YouTube is, nowadays especially compared to a few years ago, YouTube's the best place to learn it. This seems to be the case of, you start with an idea that you want to do. For example, my game, I want to make a rhythm typing cafe game. So I need to learn how to make a rhythm typing game and a cafe game. How do I make a rhythm typing game? And you kind of break it down from there and just go bit by bit is the way. And while French is technically your country second, you're able to understand French. Teacher says you have a serious case of whatever comes out of your mouth doesn't make any sense. That's my case too. It's a terrible, terrible condition to be afflicted with. So I'll go ahead and mute this. And okay, I did that. Wonderful. Okay. So if I go into here now, I want to see what it prints out. So cookie, sweet, that's when the food's created. If I scroll up here, I want to make sure that the food is created correctly. If I open here, I do this here, like that. Okay. So the hope is that we can do sweet cookie, and it'll give us a sweet cookie. That's what we want to see happen. So I can go ahead and here, will let me, unless Godot decides to do its thing. Sweet, and then cookie. Generate, finish. Oh, it doesn't work. In auto-completing. Maybe because the, it's being detected from the, what is it? Before it's even picked up here, I think. So hold on, I think we have to move the, move the detector. If I go here instead. Oh, hold on, hide that, do that. And let's see. Okay, I did read that. Instead, what we want to happen is on casting finish. Okay. If I go ahead then and just cut this, let's go into our spell screen here. And in our spell screen, I have a user input here. And then if event is here, if event is action pressed, this button, we call the finish game and return. And then if we go back into our scorekeeper here, up here, it is, what again? Casting finish. Utility.castingfinish.emit is what we'll do in our user input here. If utility.castingemit. Now let's try and see if the spell works. And when will you get the textures to the game, so like the tables and the walls? Next week, hopefully. With how much is left in the game, I'm thinking we can do an art stream next week. If all goes well, because like I said before, the goal by the end of the year, so in about, what now, 9 days, is to get the prototype up online so people can play it and test it. Once that's done, and hold on, let me mute this. Once that's done, we can start to polish up the game, add textures for the tables, the chairs, add the customer textures, idle animations, things like that. Right now, everything's mostly prototype and temporary, but we'll soon go back and add and edit and update everything. With all that said, hopefully now I can go ahead and do this. There we go. Something's angry. Create spell product. Okay. If grade fail. Ah, got ya. Hold on. If final grade equals cookbook fail. Okay. Hold on. For right now, I say as Godot crashes. Hold on. I'll go ahead and open Godot. Godot. Where are we at? Godot. Where are we at? Here we go. Okay. I'll set the default to not fail. I'll set the default to okay. I think that'll work. For chance, perhaps. And Crypt of the Necromancer, you mean? Ah, okay. Got ya. And I didn't read that. Let me go up more. So does the metronome randomize? Are you thinking of adding different notes, like 8th note at harder levels? Nope. For right now, the metronome works off of the BPM of the song. And then when the song increases in speed, the metronome changes. And when it decreases, the metronome changes. So for right now, the metronome's just to the BPM of the game. And I think it's either on the offbeat or on beat. I don't know enough music stuff right now to think about adding it for the 8th note and things of that nature. So for right now, it's simple. But yeah, Crypt of the Necromancer is another game that was a big inspiration. And are you going to watch from TV? You wish to eat, so not type in chat? Oh, okay, you are. I see. And yeah, like I said, Crypt of the Necromancer, I played that a while ago, and it was an inspiration for this as well. Just something rhythm-based to something else. Saying that, I want to make sure, because this is fail, so if I go in here into our scorekeeper, and I do really quickly our current grade none, we're setting it to okay for now, just to see. And then let's see if the testing works again. Go ahead and enable this. Bubbles, play, move all the way over here. Walk. Look as fast as your little legs will let ya. Go here, and it is sweet cake or cookie. Nope. What are we angry about now? Product. I see. Create spell, final grade, create item. I got ya. So that'll need some work for that bug tester button. So since that's the case, let's just do it the typical way of typing. And if the item is the item, then it's something to do with texture. And let's give that a check. So if I go ahead and do here, let's go ahead and try the cookie. If I go up here, and go all the way up here. And let's just quickly do the mini game. So sweet cookie, sweet cookie. And I think something's definitely going to be figuring out how to find the right balance of size for all of this, as I think it might be a little bit too much to type, maybe not. It's always a testing thing. So let's see. MAROUFFASSOCKNITTE. Okay, yeah. And we have cake, sweet, down there in the bottom, you can see here. So something certainly is wrong with the selector that we just made. So it's gonna take some time to figure it out, but cake, sweet, and this is not cake, sweet. So I'll have to figure that out some other time, since it is, I'm not sure how long it's gonna take, 35:15. I'll go ahead and bring you back into this screen. You're here. And with all of that said, I say as there's no music, hold on. There we go. There's no music, there's the music. We're back again. Back at it again. I will link, where are we at? Here, hold on. There's always somewhere, somehow. It is here. There we go. If you're curious on getting the most soonest release or most soonest updates, and you like watching the programming and all those things, you want to check behind the scenes stuff when I'm not streaming. I post my updates, post mini devlogs up on my Discord, and they're in the channel there. That's the link to that. If you're curious on seeing the development outside of streaming, as I said before, the goal is to do it by the end of the year, and that means that we have one more stream before it's the end of the year. So the 27th, 28th, and 29th. One more week of streaming, and then it's the end of the year. So I hope to get a lot of development fleshing out and everything done this week. Probably not too much this week since it's Christmas this week. And no way you made it to the end. You did. I hope you sleep well, Smedge. So most of the updates in there are going to be just a lot of the art stuff and the customers' art stuff. And I hope to release it, we'll see. Christmas is what? I think Wednesday, right? So in a few days. Probably not going to release it by Christmas, but we'll see if I can release it maybe by the end of the week, perhaps, if I can get all the art done. So if you're curious on seeing all the art updates and things like that, that'll be there. Or if I find other programming bugs, those will also be there. But without that, the stream is going to end. Yep, that's the end of the stream. One more thing I'm realizing I do want to link, if I can remember what it is, to itch here. For those that are curious in getting a feel for how the rhythm typing part of the game is going to work, I do have the prototype of the typing here. Nice meeting you. Thank you. I forgot how to say it. Zaphion, hold on. Can I go back up and look? Is it too far ahead? Hold on. Zaphion. There we go. Thank you for coming, Zaphion. And good night for you. Night, sleep well. And nice meeting you all as well. And as I said before, if you're curious about playing the rhythm typing portion of the game, that's up. The cafe's just not up. So that's that there. With all that said, though, thank you for coming, thank you for joining, and I'll see you all very soon, and happy holidays, since this is the last stream before Christmas, and then next week's the last stream before the end of the year. We'll see, and I already did. Lovely. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you. And with all of that, thanks for coming and thanks for joining, and thanks as always. See you soon.